January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Nodirbek just playing a modern brilliancy. There it is!
A sensational moment.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
Can the world champion demonstrate that resilience which has accompanied him for his entire chess career?
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
Anish is taking down the world champion Magnus in absolute shock.
Although winter, Tata Steel chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Big result. Farhan Maksulu manages his first win.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to round 6 of the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2023. This is going to be an epic, exciting round as this storied and historic tournament reaches its halfway point. Happy Friday, everybody. No better way to spend our Friday than to watch the world champion and others contest round 6 of Tata Steel. I'm your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me today, once again, International Master Jovanka Huska. Jovi, welcome to the show. Are you as excited as I am?
Yeah, absolutely thrilled to be here. I mean, because judging by yesterday's games, we were in for a treat. We were absolutely spoiled. So many sensational results. I can't wait to see what's going to happen today.
If it's anything like yesterday, we are most certainly in for a barn burner. And there's a guy, pretty obscure character named Vishwanathan Anand, who is in attendance for his, 22nd trip to Wijk aan Zee. No, I did not misspeak. 22nd trip to the seaside resort town, and for the first time as a spectator. So let's start by listening in as the press caught up with Vishy to discuss why this tournament means so much to the chess world. Here we go.
There's been a lot of fun action in both groups, and I think it's a great tournament. But I think this tournament stays relevant because it has this unique format, because it's large enough, 14 players, that you can accommodate a mixture of playing styles and playing strengths. And I think that creates its own energy, because you get a lot more dynamism, and people take more risks against each other. So if you only have the top group that develops into a certain kind of relationship, I think this format is one of the reasons that Wijk aan Zee is the only traditional tournament which is still going so strong. And it's because of this angle that it's still a very interesting tournament to follow. It's a classical tournament that everyone waits for the whole year round.
Oh man, Vishy Anand in attendance, and he really emphasizes this eclectic playing field. You've got so many different generations. You've got players at different stages of their career in both the Challenger and the Master section, and we saw that play out so clearly on Thursday, yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we can see yesterday's results. And the first thing that stands out was that Magnus Carlsen lost with the white pieces against young Uzbek talent Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And that was just an incredible game by the young teenager. And there we can see that it is Abdusattorov who tops the leaderboard with 4 points out of 5. That is a remarkable score. I mean, absolutely unheard of. And then we have Anish Giri on 3.5 against the young Vincent Keimer.
Yeah, that was such a nice grind game. We thought Vincent had the draw in the bag, and then all of a sudden, out of a clear blue sky, Levon finds a way to break Vincent's fortress. And the final decisive game was Maksudlu's very smooth win over Jordan Van Forest, the 2021 edition winner, on the heels of some incredible opening preparation. So Parham makes his way back to 50%. But, you know, the storyline of the tournament, apart from Nodirbek's incredible performance, is, of course, Magnus Carlsen's tournament position. He is on -1. He sits on 2 out of 5. You might not find him if you look for him in the top half of the tournament cross table, where he sits about 99% of the time. Magnus has some coming back to do, and he's going to try to start today. Let's review the pairings that we have today. Magnus Carlsen has the black pieces against a somewhat off-form Jordan Van Forest, who nonetheless is incredibly difficult to defeat with the black pieces. And, of course, Yovi Abdusattorov Praggnanandhaa is really the marquee matchup of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these guys, they're so close in age, and that must mean that they are rivals. And so I'm expecting a very fierce battle here, because this is going to be a matter of pride. Who is going to be the next young challenger to Magnus's, well, to the world champion's throne? I mean, I can't wait for today. Another matchup that really catches my eye is going to be Wesley So against Vincent Keimer. Now, the reason I say this is because Wesley actually said in an interview yesterday that this has been his worst start ever in Tata Steels. And he's not happy. He wants to win a game.
Well, if 5 draws is his worst start, that he hasn't had a lot of bad starts. I would like one of Wesley's bad starts in a tournament that I play. And, of course, we've got Abdusattorov Prague. This is an opportunity for Nodirbek to extend his lead. And for Anish Giri, who sits on 3.5 out of 5, clear second, well, he's got the white pieces. He's going to have to take some risks. I mean, at this point in the tournament, given the form that Nodirbek has showed, you have to exploit games of the white pieces. And Arjun Erigaisi, it feels like he hasn't lost a game in ages, but he's come pretty close this tournament, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. He has been riding his luck somewhat, but that's because the positions he's been getting are so sharp. I mean, yesterday's battle between Ding Liren and Arjun Erigaisi was just none other than a roller coaster. One side was winning, then the evaluation just flipped. It was madness on the board. And I'm expecting, if Anish wants to take risks against someone, Arjun is your guy. He'll be up for that challenge.
Oh, he will be. He absolutely will be. I'm expecting a sharp opening, maybe like the one we saw in Anish's incredible win over Gukesh. And as we see the players taking their seats and the spectators and press milling about, let's take one quick look at the format and the time control so we make sure that we are all on the same page. The time control historically in Tata Steel is incredibly generous. There's a lot of additional time. The players start with 100 minutes for 40 moves. After move 40 is executed, they earn an additional 50 minutes for the next 20 moves. And on move 60, they receive a final time addition of 15 minutes for the rest of the game. And of course, there is the traditional 30-second increment, 30 seconds added to your clock after each move is made. Tata Steel is a marathon event. 13 rounds are contested. It is a round robin. The time control leads to some 7, sometimes even 8-hour games, Yovi. And most famously, Tata Steel produces some of the highest quality chess that we see in any super tournament each year. And as Vishy pointed out, that's part of the reason why everybody looks forward to this storied event as we wait for the round 6 handshake.
Yeah, and for me, Wijk is all about the characters, it's all about the fighting chess, and it's also about the quality, as you said. And I love the fact that the players do get an increment after every move. I kind of think of it like bonus time, you know, you get that 30-second pause. a moment to catch your breath, and then you can adjust to the situation in front of you. And there we see the players, the challengers, and the masters getting ready. There we see Jordan van Foreest. He is going to be meeting Magnus Carlsen. He has the white pieces. And Jordan, of course, he is like a maverick when it comes to opening. He has all sorts of original creative ideas. In fact, that's why Magnus employed him as part of his team in the World Championship match of 2021 against Nepomniachtchi. I'm getting my years blurred up. It was 2021.
I mean, I feel like I don't remember the month, the day, the year anymore, ever since COVID started. But Jordan van Foreest does not earn the world champion's praise by accident. Magnus Carlsen does not hire people to be a part of his opening team by accident. And I'm very curious to see what opening the world champion is going to play. Jordan is primarily an E4 player. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Round 6 of Tata Steel has kicked off with one E4 by Jordan van Foreest. Magnus, I don't think is going to play a Berlin. He might play Iru Lopez, Jovi, but in response to Bishop B5, I would expect some sort of sideline. He is playing this game for a win. The tournament situation is exceptional for him, and not in a good way, as in an exception to the rule, and he has to start winning fast if he wants to reemerge at the top half of the tournament cross table.
Yeah, and we see a pause, maybe Magnus getting ready or playing mind games, and I agree with you. I do not think we're going to see the move E5 on the board. I suspect that we are going to see a Sicilian, something cutthroat, something which encourages Jordan to play in his aggressive style, and that's how Magnus can catch him in the counterattack. And Magnus keeping us waiting, and we got it right.
Great call, Jovi. You got it right. I'm giving you the credit. C5, incredible.
Yeah, but now this is the moment of truth. I mean, we're going to see an open Sicilian for sure. Knight F3. And is Magnus going to play Knight C6? And are we going to see a repeat of the Sveshnikov that the players have battled in?
Magnus, really one of the last remaining proponents of the Sveshnikov. The problem is that White does have a fair share of variations that don't quite lead to a forced draw, but come pretty darn close. And E6, I would go so far as to say a rare guest, a relatively rare guest these days in top-level chess. Are we going to see a Taimanov, or are we going to see a good old-school Khan where Black plays an early A6? I would imagine he's going to play the Taimanov here with Knight C6.
I was going to say that. I haven't seen the Khan at top level for
ever
years. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm trying to, and there you go. You called it, Knight C6 on the board. No one has played the Khan. Maybe that's the next challenge to our guys. Play Khan. We want to see new ideas there. And okay, Knight C6 on the board. I'm predicting the knight will come out to C3, and there you go.
And it
so
does.
Far, so
and
good.
There was no way Jordan expected this. I mean, I would probably imagine that Jordan prepared for E4, E5, but preparing against Magnus Carlsen, especially when you have no idea what frame of mind he is in, is virtually impossible because of how vast his repertoire is. So Queen C7 in this position is the continuation of the Taimanov. There are some sidelines here. You could play the immediate A6, or you could play the 4-knight Sicilian and get your knight out to F6. But I'm pretty sure Magnus is going Queen C7, and man, oh man, is Jordan armed to the teeth against the Sicilian. So we're in for a good old school bloodbath here.
Yeah, can't wait. I mean, but we do know Magnus's mindset, actually. We know that Magnus, he will be raging. He will be wanting to take down Jordan today. I mean, he cannot afford to play it safe. I mean, it's just not Magnus's style, is it? Because normally when you lose 2 games in a row or you're having a bad tournament, everyone is like, well, just steady the ship, take a draw, play as solidly as you can. Well, we know Magnus, he can't do that. He's the world number one. He has to start notching up those points. And the Taimanov is on the board. The queen has come out.
Indeed, it has. And Jordan with a vast array of options here, ranging from G3 to Bishop E3 to Bishop E2, as he develops his light skirt bishop 1 square to the left. And that is a rather peaceful line. This has existed really since the Sicilian became popular. Generally, other bishop comes out to E3. And with this move, Jordan signals his intention to castle kingside, leading to, relatively speaking, a more peaceful position. Although even with both sides castled to the same side of the board, the situation can explode on the king side. It doesn't mean that White relinquishes his attacking ambitions. But Yovi, just to echo your point completely, when you're -2 in a tournament, you're usually doing damage control. The world champion always has the responsibility essentially to play to win the tournament, even when he sits at -1 halfway through the tournament. So Magnus still very much entertaining hopes of launching a comeback. Guess what? If he wins 3 games in a row, which has happened before, you think about Magnus on +1 with 3 or 4 rounds left, he puts himself in position. So not all hope is not lost for the world champion yet, and he knows that.
Yeah. And talking about damage control, I do think that Jordan is playing quite solidly. He just wants to coast home and take a point, any kind of point. And there we see the knights leave the board. I'm predicting Magnus will try to unbalance the pawn structure by capturing that knight with the B pawn. I don't think any other options are not accepted, right? You mean you just got to take that knight with the pawn, but Magnus is hesitating. So don't keep us guessing.
Knight takes c6, but that's got to be a little bit more uncommon than castling kingside, which is what Magnus must have expected. Now, d takes c6, as weird as it seems to capture away from the center, I have seen certain Sicilian players display an affinity for that line. Generally, the way that black follows it up is by playing e6, e5, and opening up a diagonal for the light squared bishop. But you made a good point about Magnus trying to unbalance the game. Why are you playing the Sicilian if you're then essentially going to force the game into a symmetrical pawn structure? Then you might have as well played e5. So I think Magnus is choosing between queen takes knight and bc. And maybe he's just adjusting himself to this unexpected move and trying to remember his opening files.
Yeah, probably. Like you say, again, I was checking the opening databases, and you're right. The most popular move wasn't to capture that knight. It was just simply to castle, develop a piece, even stake a claim in the center by pushing the f pawn forwards. And this, I think, is the 7th choice in the database.
Whoa.
So yeah, Magnus definitely thinking about what to do. And I agree. It's going to be capture with the queen or capture with the b pawn. And I would capture with the pawn and stake a claim in the center with d5 and then continue the game. And one thing I have noticed about Magnus's game is that he really likes a good pawn structure. By good pawn structure, I mean all the pawns defending themselves. I mean a structure where it's easy to play, it's easy to navigate a breakthrough, and easy to position his pieces on good squares. But the fact that he's hesitating makes me think he might surprise me and capture that knight with the queen.
He's probably thinking, see, I remember why I hired Jordan Van Forest. He seems to have nasty prep in every line. And whenever you face an unexpected move, a move that you know to be rare, you're always immediately posed with this dilemma. Do you try to steer the game away from what your opponent is probably going to expect? In this case, b takes c6. But that comes at the risk of making a second or third rate move. Or do you essentially go all in, you go down what you know to be the main line, but then you risk running into some sort of a novelty or some sort of incredibly nasty preparation where your opponent is far more acquainted with the resulting position than you are. So Magnus already might be experiencing a good deal of frustration here. Like, I can't seem to avoid my opponent's prep. Can anything go right for me in this tournament? And the world champion about to make a move there, as you see him on the top right of your screen. Unmistakable weight, just that he sits, and everything about the world champion is just trademarked.
Yeah, alpha male indeed. Yeah, I mean, you make a great point there, actually, when it comes to the opening, because it's all about those mind games. It's all about whether you trust your opening knowledge or whether you try to vary, and as you say, play something a little bit different. I have to say, when it comes to my personal opinion and my personal choice, it depends on the rating of my opponents. And that's something actually that these guys in Wijk can say don't probably have the liberty, because if I'm playing someone weaker than myself, I'm like, yeah, okay, fine. I am going to vary and I'm going to trust that my understanding is better. If I'm playing someone much higher rated than me, I will be like, no.
Get this game
I trust
out
myself.
of that territory.
Yeah. I mean, it just depends. It really does depend. But these guys are the finest players in the world. And if they're not the finest players in the world, they are the most talented juniors who are underrated, dangerous in every sense of the word. Oh, I would not envy being in Magnus's shoes here. I would like. Yes, actually, I have the confession to make. Despite me writing a book on the opening is my least favorite part of chess. I prefer the middle game, for the end game, anything but the opening. Too much tension.
Now you're speaking a language that I understand, and you do have some great opening books, I think, on the Caro-Kann and others. But I feel a similar way about the end game. I've written a book on the end game, but it has not made the end game any less. It has not demystified the end game in my eyes at all. And sometimes people assume that I just know the keys to the kingdom. Far from, in fact, that I think after I wrote the book, I even got worse in the end game because I don't practice what I preach. But as the world champion contemplates with which piece to recapture the knight on c6, I think this is a great opportunity for us to pay our first visit of the day to our bird's eye view, a look at all of the games as they currently stand. You can see Magnus Carlsen's game right in the middle of your screen. Top left, we have Wesley So and Rui Lopez against his young opponent, Vincent Kaima. Ding Liren, top right, against Levon Aronian. Gee, I wonder what opening that is. Maybe an Italian? I'm going to go out on a limb here and guess Italian. But we've got some fascinating positions, Yovi, on the bottom of your screen. Giri and Aragaisi in a very tactical Queen's Gambit. Abdusattorov and Pragnananda in an open Rui Lopez, which always leads to some interesting structures. I'll pass it on to you. Where shall we travel next?
I think it has to be bottom left to Anish Giri against Arjun Aragaisi, because there we probably have the sharpest opening known to mankind. They've gone into the depths of the Slav, I think. Or is it a Queen's Gambit to climb
a Slav
at some point?
No, you're absolutely right. This is what's called a Moran system. And the Moran system is actually a series of lines in which Black plays the Slav and then captures on c4 and follows up with this move b7, b5. As far as I know, this b5 move is what people specifically refer to when they say Moran. And here we have a classic Moran. dc, b5, there we have it. Bishop comes out to b7. And a6, Yovi, to prepare c6, c5. And typically, if Black plays c5 in a good version, then Black has solved all of his opening problems. And so it makes perfect sense to play e4 and d5, drive this pawn into the center, and try to open up the e-file before Black has completed his development. And the last thing I'll say here, as we get to the live position, do not take on t5. Do not even think about it, because if you just take twice greedily, this doesn't lose on the spot. But White does this very, very nasty move, a to a4, provoking weaknesses on the queen side. And if Black plays b4, and after knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, bishop to g5, and even the engine moves are very sensible. Rook e1, just look how tense this is on the e-file. This looks incredibly unappetizing for Black. And so instead of this, Arjun Aragaisi drives down the pawn to c4, clearing a space on c5 potentially for his bishop. After queen c7, queen e2, Yovi, we have a very theoretical, a very rich position as Arjun ponders his next move. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I'm actually, from my knowledge, Black doesn't actually normally kick that bishop so early in the board, in the game. I think it's much more popular to move the queen to c7, but okay, we will see. And no, hang on, it's a transposition, actually. I misspoke. And yep, queen moving to the e2 square. I'm just, again, checking the databases, and it's saying that it's the second choice. It's much more popular to capture the pawn on e6.
Oh, and that's the old line.
Yeah, that is the old line. A queen e2 is a modern take on just keeping the position open. And this is such a rich position in terms of piece play, dynamism. It's very shaky when it comes to king safety. If you worry about the role of your king or the safety of a king, just don't touch this position. Don't touch this opening if you want to play Black. Find another line. Here, I say this from experience, because I have been massacred, actually. There's no for want of a better word. I mean, I've been absolutely crushed on the black side of this. And it was a very unpleasant experience. So, but those of you who are brave, those of you who are bold, will take solace in the fact that you have fantastic pawn structure and long-term possibilities on the queen side. And look at the pieces. I mean, look at those dark squares. They're amazing. And if you control those, if you can create enough counterplay along all those open lines that are going to be opened, then okay, black is going to be in good shape.
That was a fantastic explanation of the pluses and minuses. I mean, the biggest minus is just evident in the way that White's pawns are arranged in the center. I mean, there is just a bone in your throat here with the pawns on e4 and d5. And opening up the e file is completely out of the question, even if you win the d5 pawn, until black manages to castle kingside and tuck his king away. So from a logical perspective, to me, the most sensible move is bishop f8 to d6, prioritizing kingside castle ASAP. Now, what else is Arjun contemplating here? You might be thinking about the more ambitious developing move, bishop c5, although that doesn't control the e5 square quite as strictly as perhaps black would like. And this is already worrying me on Arjun's behalf because Anish Giri has shown unbelievable preparation throughout this tournament. He beat Gukesh with just some absolute magic in the opening and early middle game. We saw good preparation yesterday with the black pieces. And when you're running into Anish Giri's opening files and he's playing on the white side of a Moran, I mean, that sends shivers down your spine. So Arjun might also be experiencing some of what the world champion is thinking as he decides what to recapture that knight with, where, okay, do you go down the main line, what you know Anish has analyzed and his team has analyzed, or do you take a risk and try to knock him out of his preparation? Not an enviable task, Yovi, at all here for Arjun as he continues to think about where to develop his dark squared bishop.
Yeah, and I have to say though, in this type of position, I mean, it's so chaotic. It's that deep, dark forest. I do feel that you should tread on those well-trodden paths. I don't think now is the time to get all creative
No.
and go rogue and put your bishop on c5. I mean, the most logical move, as you say, is put that bishop on d6. And then I think you should leave the creativity and the exploration for a later stage in the game.
For
That was my
qualified
personal
professionals.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I actually think the other candidate move here, which might be appealing to Arjun, is e6, e5. Closing down the center and then putting the bishop on d6. Now, the bishop on d6 isn't going to be a great piece, but at least it's going to blockade the center pawn. The downside of playing e5 is that you're also weakening this f5 square, and White can actually respond with the immediate knight f3 to h4, not only preparing a maneuver to f5, but also paving the way for f2, f4, blasting open the king side. Doesn't look appealing to me. I'm going to predict bishop d6 after a little bit of a think, as Arjun just kind of sitting back in his chair there, looking around. Seems a little bit distant, a little distracted, but you just never know what goes on in these players' minds.
Yeah, I think he's trying to recall his lines. I mean, perhaps he's decided he's going to play bishop out to d6. I agree with you. I'm not a big fan of closing down the center. He's just recalling his lines. He's trying to recall where he can vary. He's thinking about what he can do. I mean, we have seen Magnus in his game against Anish. I mean, there it was a dangerous or sad cautionary tale, actually, for people trying to vary, because Magnus actually in that game went rogue. He was just saying, oh, you know, Anish is taking some time. He's a bit hesitant. Maybe he doesn't know the opening so well. So I'm going to take a gamble and play a line that isn't so well known, but has a dodgy reputation. And we saw what happened in that game. Magnus.
So Wyatt has a dodgy reputation.
Yeah.
His reputation did not improve on the basis of that game.
No, he fell on his own sword. So it's a cautionary tale to take heed of. And okay, so this one is brewing up nicely. Shall we go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at more games?
Deal. Here we have our beautiful all board view. So we have kind of an interesting division between some games that have conventional openings, and I would put Ding Aronian into that category, classic Italian. So Keimer is a very theoretical Rui Lopez, as you see Wesley top left of your screen, driving that pawn up to a5. Very double-edged sword. That pawn can be a weakness, but it also keeps the b4 pawn from getting supported by its counterpart on a6. We just looked at Giri Erigaisi. That is a game we are going to be pinned to as it gets closer to the middle game. I'm also very interested in Nodirbek's game against Praggnanandhaa. Shall we have a look at that open Ruy Lopez with Black getting the early bishop pair as far as I can see? An interesting choice by Nodirbek. So I'm going to rewind this game a couple of moves here. We had an open Ruy Lopez, which involves Black taking on e4. This is not a Berlin. In the Berlin, Black does not play the immediate a6. White plays d4, b5, and then d5. Black gives the pawn back. This is all very standard fare. Bishop e3, though, Yovi, as far as I know, is a lot less common than the main moves, which are c3 and knight b to d2, and those moves can transpose into each other. And a very interesting idea by Nodirbek. He just takes the knight off the board and says, bishop pair, what bishop pair? I don't care about the bishop pair. Queen e2, c3, and rook f to e1 by Abdusattorov. What do we make of this?
Yeah, it's unconventional things. It's quite, in the long term, it's quite risky because you do feel that Black will be having the trumps. You know, after all, he can just drop the bishop back somewhere, and he has control of the dark squares, as you're pointing out, and he has the potential to gain space. So Nodirbek has to do something now. I mean, he has to establish a positional clamp with his knights, or he has to initiate an attack. I mean, I'm a firm believer, if you give up the bishop pair, you got to get something in return. And I'm suspecting that it might be something to do with the light squares. I mean, I was just wondering whether the bishop can kind of drop back, the knight can get to g3. What can I say? I'm a very direct player. I like to attack the king.
Yeah, I do as well. And I think you mentioned light square control. There's also some dark squares in the center that can be controlled. I think the best way to understand White's strategy is to just assume that Black plays, an empty move or a pass move like rook a to d8. I think Nodirbek might want to, first of all, if the rook from a8 moves away, then a4 becomes a very nasty move. And perhaps that's part of the reason he positioned his queen on e2. If you go b4, sloppily, you give up a very important pawn on a6. That's out of the question. So let's say after rook fe1, Black plays rook f to d8. Well, here I think there's another idea, which is to drop the bishop back to c2, aiming at the king side. Let's say Black plays h6. And now you establish the dark square control that you were mentioning, knight b3. Then you go knight f d4. And the reason you go with that knight, well, there's two reasons. The first is you have a major clamp over the c5 square. The second is that you have the possibility of driving your f-pawn up the board. So you've got potential on both sides of the board. And the eval bar is laughing at me and saying, you should probably take on d4 with a knight. This threatens the additional knight c6. It forces the Black bishop back. And now I can go queen d3 and threaten checkmate on h7. This could unravel really, really quickly for Black. g6, e6, and you can already start thinking about resigning. So the way I would explain this is that White has given up a pretty big advantage, the bishop pair. The position is pretty open, so the bishop pair is a big deal, but White's got a lot of factors in return, Yovi, that could only really come out in a couple of moves, which make them hard to see at first.
Yeah, definitely. And the variation you show there is rather convincing. I like it. And it's certainly an attack to be very wary of. I mean, I was also thinking naturally of the bishop dropping back to c2, but I love your idea of knight b3, knight d4. And that's a difficult one to handle, especially because, as you mentioned, the knight coming to f to d4 will also release the f-pawn. And if those pawns also get rolling, it's another way to chip at the Black king. Very devious strategy. Nice opening idea from Abdusattorov.
This smells of Leela to me. This is the kind of idea that Leela comes up with. Stockfish is often very skeptical when you give up the bishop pair like this. But having analyzed my fair share with Leela chess, Leela likes these ideas as if it's a sentient being. I mean, we're not far away from that. But often you get these ideas which look kind of, I don't want to say bad, that's too primitive of a word, maybe not appealing, or you don't think they're dangerous, but then you start exploring and you realize that there are these hidden ideas that can transform your position from seemingly innocuous to incredibly dangerous. And this is one of those ideas. I just love watching Nodirbek play. It seems that every game he brings to the table creative ideas. He defends really, really well, and he's so dangerous with the white pieces. We saw that in the Olympiad, where he was part of the winning Uzbek team. He came to the table armed to the teeth, and now once again, he sits on 4 out of 5 and poses Pragnananda with a serious set of early middle game challenges.
Oh, I really do like the idea, as you mentioned. And interesting, I hadn't really thought about the influence of the computers, actually, like which players are using what machines. Because, of course, we know Sese is following Magnus Carlsen. Everyone at the top is using these super engines and super computers just to crunch out those variations. And I think someone kind of said it yesterday, it's all about those small margins, finding those kind of ideas that trick humans. And this one, I think, is a fantastically clever idea from Abdusattorov. A lot of hidden danger, a lot of poison here.
Agree completely. We can see that Nodirbek is super creative in the opening, but that's not the extent of his prowess. He is also a beast in the end game, as he displayed yesterday in his sparkling win against the world champion. Nodirbek Abdusattorov talks the Queen endgame, where he beat Magnus in their first meeting with the black pieces. Let's listen in to the Uzbek phenom.
I think it's drawn, but in our game it was his king was on f2, while if white plays king somewhere between h7 and g7, it's always draw, but he never had a chance to get this. So yeah, it's very tough endgame. I think maybe objectively it might be still be a draw, but it's very almost impossible. Yeah, it's one of the biggest wins, of course, but not the best, I would say. But yeah, it's one of the biggest.
A very measured Nodirbek Abdusattorov after a win that would make me prance around the playing hall and jump on the bed. But just another day in the office for the incredibly talented young Uzbek player. And he mentioned there that the endgame should be a draw, but if the world champion isn't able to hold an endgame, then let's be real, that endgame is essentially not holdable, Yovi.
Yeah, no, it actually wasn't holdable. And a few of the grandmasters entered a dialogue on Twitter where they were saying it was all to do with the placing of the White King. The White King was in the back row, and this meant that it was going to be automatically just lost. And I agree with you there, coming back to your earlier point about how measured and how calm and composed Nodirbek seemed, because if that had been me, I agree with you, I would have been doing cartwheels. I mean, you would not have been able to wipe the smile from my face, because beating Magnus, and to me, in such a clean way, I mean, that's unheard of. And also, let's throw into beat, he did it with the black pieces too.
He did indeed. And perhaps when he came back to his hotel room in the comfort of his own room, he let some of the emotions out. But, you know, when he's in the playing hall and he's in the thick of things, he stays professional. He stays calm and mature. I really like that move by Prague, by the way. Bishop c5, back to b6. He is aware of Nodirbek's bishop c2, knight b3 setup and preemptively moves his dark-squared bishop back to buy himself a little bit more time to set his pieces up in response to Nodirbek's idea. h3 there by Nodirbek. So the position kind of quieting down a little bit as both players making cosmetic and positional improvements to their setup. And we're going to keep an eye on this game as it moves closer to the middle game. But Yovi, I mean, I wouldn't say that white is better objectively. That much is clear. But Nodirbek aiming for a position in which he is more familiar with the ideas than his opponent. We talked a lot about this yesterday. Opening fashions have shifted. It's a lot harder to find. It's a lot harder to refute a line now, like it was in 2003, where Garry Kasparov just knocked out certain lines of the Sicilian and won games in 20 moves. Now, that ain't happening. Everybody has the same engines, so you've got to find positions in which somehow you're more comfortable with the ideas than your opponent, not necessarily objective advantages, because, well, those are impossible to find now.
Yeah, it certainly is. And judging also by the speed of Nodirbek's play, he's very much in his opening territory. he has prepared this. He has put in the hard graft here, so he understands the position. And Pragnananda, well, he will be freestyling now. So far, I would say the opening battle has gone Nodirbek's way.
It has indeed, and we will leave him to his devices as we swing back to the bird's eye view. Some of the games, even the ones that started with conventional openings, are kind of heating up and getting unbalanced. I'm talking about the Ding Aronian game where the center has exploded. I'm talking about the Sokaima game where Vincent has a rook on b5 and that center has also exploded, Shoei. And by the way, Magnus has decided to take on c6 with the queen. So he does deviate from the main theoretical path. Fascinating choice by the world champion as well. Yovi, my eyes are just bouncing around the screen. Shall we go to the Wesley game?
Yes, because you can answer the question, how on earth did that rook get on b5 out of the opening?
How did
why?
this get so tactical so quickly? Yeah. So he went rook b8, which is a pretty typical move, but the idea isn't usually to put the rook on b5. It's usually to, support the b4 pawn, and d4 by Wesley, which is not as common as playing c3 first. He says, I don't care about the prep move. I want to smash through the center immediately. Vincent taking it with his knight. We have a mass trade. First, Wesley plays e5, driving the pawn down. Then Vincent drops the knight back. Wesley recaptures. And here we go. Rook b8 to b5 by the German Grandmaster. He's got his eyes on that a5 pawn. He says, you drove that pawn down. I'm going to make you regret it. But man, are his pieces passive here.
I mean, they were clustered on the back row apart from this rampant rook there on b5. I mean, artistically speaking, this is in a league of its own.
It really is.
I mean, I have no words. It just seems like, as you say, it's very much a one-track mind, and maybe he'll go c5 and go rook takes pawn.
Yeah, I mean, let's say white goes, actually bishop c4, black can still go c5.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, queen drops back, you take the pawn. Now, the issue is that if we continue calculating, that's not the end of the story. Congratulations, you've won my corner pawn. But this e5 pawn, notice how it's really clamping down on some of the key dark squares in the center. And on the king side, it makes this knight just be incredibly miserable on e8. And white could play as simply as knight to d2. Get the knight out, try to put it on e4. And if black plays d6 and tries to forcibly remove the pawn from the board, and after e takes d6, bishop takes d6, whoop, the first whoop of the day. Does this work? Rook e8, rook e8, queen d6.
You do.
There's rook e1 check.
Back. Yeah, there is, but you do have the interception of knight f1, bishop f1, and you also
there's
knight f1, right? Rook takes,
and then I guess queen e7 wins.
Yeah.
Too many threats. Too many threats here.
There's no pieces defending the Black King, so you always got to look after that man.
That's a cool line. And if that doesn't work out for black, then does Wesley want to go down the path of just saying, here, you want my a5 pawn? Take it. I'm going to focus on developing and establishing my center dominance around that e5 pawn.
Yeah. I mean, Wesley is very much in clamping mode. And one rule of thumb that I have is when that pawn is when the white pawn is on e5, then that is the red flag that you should attack on the king side. And here, it has a nice clamping effect. But I do also see the merit in just developing your pieces. And if Vincent tries to break that bind, then shifting all the pieces in to attack the king. And if I were Vincent, I would not be happy with the placing of my pieces. I mean, the first thing that I would do is, yes, I would go c5, but not necessarily to capture that pawn, because after all, that pawn is a little bit irrelevant. I would be probably putting my knight on c7 and e6 and just blockading the e5 pawn. Knights are the perfect blockaders. And then just reacting to whatever comes my way.
Agreed. And we will see how, for Wesley, it's not even a choice of whether he wants to sack a5. You really can't stop black from playing c5. So he's got that one tempo. And the question really is, well, how does he want to set up his bishop and his knight? Does he want to bring the knight out first? Does he want to bring the bishop out first and make it even harder for black to play d6 later on? a lot of positional and tactical choices here to make for the American Grandmaster, who you mentioned, Yovi, is fuming at his 5-draw start. Now, Wesley is a very solid player, but the misconception is that these top players are always okay with draws. No, they are not, especially with the white pieces. They are trying to win. It's just that Wesley has a very solid style that sometimes leads to consecutive draws. But when he comes to a tournament like Tata Steel, he wants to bring his A game. As Vishy pointed out, this is the tournament in which the players are most passionate about showing good form.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is one of the most important tournaments in the calendar. It's like a grand slam. You want to win it. You want to pick up those prestige points. And yeah, Wesley, of course, will have come into this tournament with ambitions, and he has a very ambitious position. I mean, I like it. I like this pawn on e5. I like the fact that Wesley can just develop his pieces. I mean, move the knight towards the center, and he has lots of attacking potential, as you mentioned.
He does indeed. We see him there on camera, hand over forehead, pondering his next move. Vincent has got up from the chair. So doesn't necessarily mean he's happy with the position. Sometimes it actually means you're so nervous about your position that you don't want anything to do with it. So I propose we leave Wesley to his devices in this critical middle game position and take another look at our bird's eye view. Eric Geisy has decided to castle queenside. Anish Giri continues to blitz out his responses. So that game continues to heat up and get crazier. We've got an interesting Sicilian report by Sudlo, and the Ding Aronian game, Yovi, really has taken a path I did not expect.
Okay, shall we check in on these old rivals and old friends?
Let's do it. Ding against Levon Aronian, who sits pretty on +1 after yesterday's victory over Vincent Keimer. So what do we make of this position? And I guess the first question is, how did we get here? This was a regular Italian, and Levon, he did not waste any time. 97. Ding goes d4, very typical, right? The moment the knight leaves c6, you often want to go d4, but the standard response is ed4, ed4, and d5, forcing an isolated queen-pawn structure. Now, the last thing I'll say, and I'll pass it back to you, Yovi, normally when you talk about IQP structures, it's all about who controls the square in front of the pawn. So you may wonder why Levon didn't play knight e takes d5. Well, the problem is that white plays bishop g5. And even though you seem to control the d5 square, there's a lot of other problems in black's position. White goes knight c3 very quickly. This pin is dangerous, and white is already threatening to take on d5 and force black to recapture with the pawn. And so for this reason, Levon starts with h6, and Ding just continues to harass him on both sides of the board. a4, threatening to trap the bishop and eliciting a dilemma. Does Levon want to play a6, or does he want to play the slightly more weakening but potentially safer move a5?
Yeah, it is a dilemma, actually. My personal inclination is actually just to move the pawn one square forward, just because I do like good pawn structure.
Whoa.
And he doesn't. There was a third option that we hadn't considered, and that's simply to block that pawn with the bishop, attacking the rook at the same time. Now, it wasn't instinctive, primarily because I feel that the bishop is not that great there on a5, and also it's an open position. You don't want to lose time. Every move has to come with purpose, and the natural move for me is just simply develop the knight. Develop the knight, and I mean, but here we're in the concrete territory, because after knight takes d5, I have to have an answer. And
yeah, because c3 hangs.
Yeah, and so here again, I would be inclined to pile on the pressure. Yep, you called it. That was right there on my mind. And how to continue. Because white actually has to use the mobility of their pieces, has to use that freedom to start targeting black and putting them under pressure. And it sounds very vague, and it is very vague, because I'm not actually giving you... This is something that I try to get all my students to think about. I try to get them to think specifically on certain points, because a lot of the time I go, what do you do? And they go, attack. And I'll go, very well. Well done. But your pieces are dumb, and your pieces need concrete instruction. And so
but you're right.
To attack at this point.
Yeah. And I mean, what you're saying bears out in IQP structures, because you've got this big weakness. And this weakness is going to plague you particularly if you start trading a lot of the other pieces. What you don't want to do is trade the queens and trade the rooks and just be left with nothing but this weakness. And so, as you're saying, you need to compensate for it by generating maximum piece activity. So in a situation like this, I'm looking at moves like knight e5, put on the pressure on f7, try to get this knight to remain locked on d5. But I think black's position here is very solid. It can also be a little bothersome to play. Like, you can't bring the bishop out because you blunder b7. If you say, well, let me play rook b8 first, and you blunder into another tactic, knight takes d6. So, looks can be deceiving, and these active pieces that white has can make white's position a lot easier to play from a practical standpoint. So bishop a5, Yobi, it's an interesting, creative, it's a very Aronian-esque move, but he has to be very disciplined about making sure that he keeps control over the d5 square and, doesn't accidentally blunder into a tactic or allow Ding's pieces to get too active.
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever you play an IQ position, whether you're attacking or whether you're defending, you are burning your time in the opening. That is the most critical stage. When it comes to the middle games, again, you must be looking for the aggressive options for both sides of the board. And in an endgame, if you still have your IQP, well, you've got to start controlling the line. That's your only compensation. Here, yeah, it's a very fascinating position. I did not expect bishop a4. I mean, is there any other way that white can put pressure after? I mean, knight c3 is the move that's kind of begging to be played.
Yeah.
I would almost
bishop
play
d2.
it. There is bishop d2, and that, again, does actually comply with the idea that if your opponent has wasted a lot of time with one piece in particular, you should trade it off, because then that time that they've used in the past has been wasted. Now, obviously, these rules are not hard and fast rules, and you need to judge every position independently. But, I mean, yeah, let's try this, bishop d2. Let's see
the thing
whether...
is, yeah, bishop d2, I take it. And after queen takes d2, I take d5. I actually don't like bishop d2 all that much because, while it complies with one principle, it violates another. And the other principle concerns proper play. When you have the isolated queen pawn, you typically want to avoid minor piece trades. And it seems to me that the dark squared bishop does hold a lot of potential. I mean, I know this is way in the future, but you can think about sacks on h6. They're not that uncommon in IQP positions. So, if white has a choice, I think keeping minor pieces on the board is the better bet. So if I had to make a prediction here, I think Ding's going to go knight c3. But maybe there's something that I'm not fully seeing after bishop d2. It does give white a chance to accelerate the development of his pieces. So there are some pluses to that move for sure.
And the only other move I wanted to ask you about, because it's so weird and wonderful, and we have seen a very weird and wonderful move, is what happens if he just goes completely crazy, puts the rook on e5 and goes,
oh yeah,
that's how I'm getting my pressure.
Now we're speaking my language. And actually, that's a very serious cannon move. If you think about it, rook e5 x-rays that darn bishop, which has landed on a5. It's not really in Ding's style. And maybe rook e5 can be met with knight to g6, just saying, get off me, get out of there. Yeah. But you could leave the rook on e5, just sack the exchange, and then get, these two impressive pawns on d5. So there's a lot to think about here for Ding Liren. This is a big decision that's really going to dictate the course of this early middle game.
Yeah. Now I have to put like a warning. I only suggested rook e5 because of the game between Vincent Keimer and Wesley. So, okay.
Taking inspiration from one board and applying it to another. It's like those. Yeah, it's like when people repeat the same opening on two neighboring boards, and then you have to physically move them away from each other. That happened once, I think, in a tournament in Gibraltar many years ago. It's a famous story.
I was there. It happened in the Grand Swiss in the Isle of Man, and I remember because it was my ambition to get off the bottom row, and I managed it once. And on that one time I managed to get off the bottom row, someone came in. These two grandmasters came and started playing their game in this other room, and they just came after like 1 hour, and we were like, what is happening? And then it kind of transpired that there were two boards next to each other, and they were playing the exact same game.
It's just so unlikely when you think about it.
Totally. And Yeah, and it's also a neat trick, a neat mind trick you can do to beat people in a simul. You just play them off against each other. What goes around comes around. Darren
Great
Brown.
song.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was.
totally know that reference.
Yeah,
And
and
I know who Darren Brown is.
yeah, fantastic mind magician. Yeah, he took on some chess masters, grandmasters, and yeah, he managed to
Very
beat them.
well. You are responsible for the rabbit hole I'm going to go on this evening after we finish commentating. But perhaps I'm going to start this rabbit hole during our first break as we take one more look here at the bird's eye view and the beautiful playing hall here at Tata Steel, the 85th edition of this historic event. You can see the open section, players dutifully thinking over complicated positions. We have another set of fascinating games in round 6. Do not go anywhere because we will be back with more coverage of Tata Steel chess on the other side of this short break.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
We are back at the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. This is round 6. Happy Friday, everybody. We hope you're enjoying this first hour of coverage as the games get underway, and most of them have already exited the opening stage and entered some fascinating middle games as we have a look at that beautiful playing hall in the small seaside village of Wijk on Zee. And here we have the bird's eye view, all of the games as they currently sit. And Yobi, wherever your eyes turn, there are just some rich, fascinating tactical and positional battles. I'm thinking it might be a good idea for us to summarize quickly each position just so everybody's on the same page. And perhaps then we could delve into the craziness which is going on the bottom left between Giri and Erigaisi. So Wesley against Keimer, we have a pawn sacrificed by Wesley in return for some very powerful compensation revolving around that e5 pawn, which really clamps down Black's position. To the right of that, we've got Ding against Aronian. We kind of called it. Knight c3, knight takes d5, a very rich IQP structure. I think we're going to leave Giri Erigaisi to the side, and I'll let you take Nodirbek's game against Pragnananda, which is also getting pretty heated.
Yeah, that is certainly getting heated, and it's really going to be a battle of styles here because Nodirbek is very much positionally playing the game. He has some aggressive attentions on the queen side and also the king side, and it's going to come down to those dark square controls. And there we see him just prod the queen side a little bit, and I do like his position. And then we have Jordan van Foreest against Magnus Carlsen. And Magnus did actually capture that knight all the way back in the opening with a queen. And here, it kind of still feels that they're very much in the openings. The kings haven't been castled just yet. And the big question for Magnus is, where is he going to put his king? How is he going to develop his kingside pieces? It's not an enviable task, actually. It feels slightly unpleasant for the world champion at this current point in time. And then we have Richard Rapport against Param Magsudlu. What do we think about this one? White, of course, has a very beautiful knight sitting there, slap bang in the middle of the board. I kind of like it. I think White has a slight advantage just based on that piece.
Yeah, he does, and I'm particularly passionate about that game because this is a line I play with White, and I had a very similar position 2 tournaments ago. So we'll definitely take a visit to that game in due course. And of course, we will also visit the rightmost game, Caruana Gukesh, which is also heating up. We've got the pawn box in the center as Gukesh pushes c5. He has yielded the bishop pair in what looks to be some sort of Nimzo Indian kind of structure. He's deployed his light squared bishop to what I call the hyper-fianchetto square on a6, where it stares at its counterpart on f1. So a very rich position as we see Fabiano Caruana. They're deep in concentration on the camera. But really, the game that is stealing the show for me right now, of course, Magnus's game is very rich, and we will update you on the world champion situation. But first, let's take a look at what is going on between Anish Giri and Arjun Erigaisi. We remind you that this was a Maran Slav, the sharpest variation of the Slav. Anish Giri displaying some of his typical sharp opening preparation. He forces Black's king to seek shelter on the queen side, but, I mean, talk about shelter. There might be no shelter left after Anish Giri's last move, which threatens to blast open the queen side, open the c-file, and Black's king could get victimized real fast.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous position, very critical for the young Indian player because primarily he has a big choice. He's been given the opportunity to step forward. Let's see how things happened. And there we can see that Erigaisi castled his king. The rook has been chased, and of course b3 breaking open the position. And the big thing is whether he can actually get away with pushing that c-pawn 1 square forward, because ideally that's what you like to do. It's not what your pieces are, it's what they do. And that guy is 2 squares away from home. And if that can be supported by another pawn, I mean, what is White's rook in comparison? I mean, it's nothing. And I just, can he get away with it? Because, you know, you are thinking of moves like you've pointed out, a4. That would terrify me. I mean, but then again,
I would be terrified here with Black. Totally terrified.
Yeah, I would be shaking in my boots. But if somehow you can survive this, is it possible? I mean, can the bishop, step back, or the queen can come slide across to b7, try to consolidate everything? Or is that more
Well,
tactical kind of solutions to the problem? I mean, this is such a sharp position.
so I'll point out two things. First, I mean, b4 is not out of the question, but this is more of a desperate measure because giving up a6 with check, yeah, you're not going to get checkmated here with black on the next move. But the issue is that as nice as the c3 pawn looks from a cosmetic standpoint, it's so well blockaded. I mean, I just cannot envision a reality where this pawn becomes an actual existential threat to white. I mean, even if the bishop wasn't on c2, there's just too many pieces on the board. But there's a couple other problems that black is dealing with. If you don't play b4 in this position, if you play a move like b7, white's going to jump at the opportunity to open that a file. Not only that, the b5 pawn is weak. You could play a move like knight d4. I mean, I don't like this phrase. I think it's overused in commentary, but the position really plays itself at this point. You just bring pieces to the queen side. And with black's king side not yet developed, you're going to have to burn another move to bring your dark squared bishop out. This is exactly how you lose in 5 moves if you're Arjun. So I actually don't think he can get away with c3. I think he should keep his pawn on c4, but that means he gives white an opportunity to either ruin black's pawn structure and soften the pawns up, or open the c file, which might be even worse given how easy it is for white to bring a rook to c1. But if I had to predict a move, I would be thinking in the direction of bishop to a3, or maybe bishop to c5 to put a little bit more distance between white's rooks and black's king. But let me make one thing very, very clear. This is, once again, phenomenal opening preparation by Giri, who sits at 90 minutes on his clock. He's only spent 10 minutes. And, I mean, Arjun is clearly out of his prep. He's out of his comfort zone. And this is a huge opportunity for Anish to win again. I mean, I don't think it's premature, to talk about white winning, because black could make one more inaccuracy and this game could be over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I hear from black would be entirely thinking in a defensive point of view. I would be thinking, what on earth is white going to be doing next? And you kind of called it. A4 is coming. It's on the horizon. And I love your move of putting the bishop on a3. Stop that one. As long as you have as an answer, pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn, closing down the lines. Black is relatively safe for the time being. Now, of course, you have to judge this on a move-by-move basis. You can't be thinking about the position in the long term. You can't be dreaming about the future. You've got to be dealing with what is in front of you right now. I also have to say, I didn't mind giving up the pawn with c3 and b4.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
that looks pretty darn good, doesn't it, in comparison?
Yeah. I just opening up lines. I mean, this is what you want to do when you're attacking. You want to open up your lines so the pieces can infiltrate, and anything to stop that. So I think for me, it would be either bishop a3 or the line where you sacrifice a pawn, where you actually do close down and go c3 and b4 and just say, yep, you've won a pawn, but I've consolidated the position and now I can concentrate on developing my pieces. Because, I mean, we kind of spoke about this yesterday about how chess is fundamentally unfair, that when when one side has a bad piece, or usually pawn, you can't just get rid of it. You can't go, thank you very much, you've done your job, I don't like you anymore, get off the board. I mean, and that's what white would kind of want to do with the a pawn. Like, no, that piece doesn't belong here anymore. So yeah.
This is a very, as you put it, unenviable situation for the Indian Grandmaster. And Anish Giri, well, he's taking it personally because, guys, he does have a winning streak in rapid against Anish Giri. I mean, any winning streak in any time control against Anish is something to hang your hat on. But when we talk about Anish Giri, I always feel like the storyline that is falsely bandied about, and this hasn't been true for many years now. Of course, Anish has this reputation he cannot seem to shake as the kind of draw master at the top. Now, this has nothing to do with statistical reality, and it also has nothing to do with his actual play style. I mean, people might not realize that Anish in his youth was a 1e4 player. He played the Sicilian with black. growing up, Anish was a very tactical player. Now, he did modify his style when he entered Super Grandmaster Land many years ago. And then he modified his style again after that famous Candidates tournament where he earned the reputation and made all 11 draws or whatever. He changed his openings. He displayed sharper opening preparation. You look at positions that he has now, and they're not the exception. They are the norm. Anish Giri is a new man, and I think it's time to move on from that reputation. Of course, the most famous stat is that he is 5-time runner-up in Wijk. You can't make that stuff up, can you?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, it's very, very unfortunate that this one tournament has saddled him with this idea that he's a draw master, that he just simply plays the most solid positions known to mankind. I mean, even in that tournament, which is commonly referenced, I mean, those draws were fighting chess. And so super unfair. And hello, we have a move from Erigaisi, and wasn't the bishop coming to a3, and it wasn't the pawn moving forward locking down the queen side. Instead, the bishop comes to c5, and the first thing that I would be thinking of is, hello, let's open some lines, let me capture that pawn on c4, and after bishop takes, block that attack. And I feel that black's position is starting to wobble.
Yeah, it definitely is. And Arjun Erigaisi, I mean, I don't want to talk about body language with Arjun. It's impossible to talk about body language. He doesn't get too high with the highs, doesn't get too low with the lows. He looks the same no matter what's going on the board. But I think you're absolutely right. B takes c4 here looks delicious. And after bishop c4, you play bishop to d3. You shake some of the pieces off the c file, and then you put a rook on c1. And I'll put these moves on the analysis board unless I'm missing something. So takes here. Now, maybe black should drop back to d5, but that doesn't change the fact that white can put the rook on c1. And there's a lot of good stuff sitting there on the c file and quaking in their boots. But if you take, I could not. This is the pawn I care least about in the history of pawns. Please take what you want to take. I'll take back on e5. And I think rook ac1 works even here with the beautiful idea that if black takes the bishop, queen d6, and it's all over. Well, Evalbar disagrees, but I mean, I think it's all over.
On a practical level,
you should ignore what the engine is. Exactly. Thank you for saying that. Maybe queen d4 is better, but I think people get the point. This is, I mean, there's like a couple moves separating Anish Giri from getting to black's king. I'm really curious what Arjun has in mind, has in store against this simple path.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't figure it out because, I mean, we talked about the principles earlier on, and it's always the kind of maxim that you lock the position down and you don't play with an exposed kings. And look who are coming towards the black king. It's the big guys. It's the queen. It's the rook. And there we go. Pawn takes pawn on the board. And I have to say, in this tournament, it just seems that Anish has been extremely clever with his opening choices. I mean, it's like he sensed the opponent's weaknesses and he's just played. Okay, there we see Erigaisi's answer is actually pawn takes pawn.
It's forced.
Yeah,
it was forced.
Absolutely.
But
still,
it's not a move. It's a move you play with a heavy heart. I mean, rook ac1 and bishop e4. And black is really teetering on the brink here. Now, I don't want to overstate the case. I think if black puts the knight on b6, right, let's not pretend that Arjun doesn't have any trumps in his position. He does. He has active pieces. He's got the open F file. So Anish, the last thing he wants to do right now is rest on his laurels and play slowly. He has to keep his foot on the gas pedal, and he has to maintain precision. But he's got the 20-minute time advantage to boot. He's got clearly an objectively better position. So you could not have asked for a better scenario out of the opening for Anish Giri, and for a more challenging task for the winner of last year's Tata Steel Challengers, who is obviously facing a challenge of a completely different kind this year. I mean, what an experience this is for Arjun Erigaisi, who it seems hasn't lost a game in years, but he's already pretty close to that first loss in this game.
Yeah, he's riding on the edge here. But I do agree with you. We shouldn't get carried away and just kind of judge everything by the evaluation bar, because as you pointed out, black does have an awful lot of defenders around his king, and, you know, an inaccurate move by Anish, and suddenly the position can turn. And something that Anish will be thinking about is how he can keep the pieces on the board. He does not want to go into an endgame. And well, whilst this game is brewing nicely, shall we check the bird's eye view and have a look at the other games?
We absolutely shall. We will keep a close eye on Giri Erigaisi. Giri, the 5-time runner-up to Tata Steel, has positioned himself very, very handsomely through the first 5 rounds as he sits in second place. And there we have it, the bird's eye view. We've got the World Champions game, which might go into a queenless middle game. I wouldn't even call that an end game, so definitely a lot to explore there. My proposal is that we take a brief look at that potential end game, and then perhaps take a look at Caruana Gukesh for the first time. How does that plan sound?
That sounds like a great idea. Let's do it. And shall we kind of rewind a little bit to see how we got here?
Yes. So we last looked at the game, Carlsen playing the Taimanov, and the very rare capture on c6. Then Black responds after a prolonged think with queen takes c6, eschewing the tempting BC, trying to get out of Jordan's preparation. Now, the queen on c6 is a very vulnerable piece. It's pressuring e4, but when a bishop lands on f3, it x-rays the queen and the rook, and that is precisely what happened. Jordan develops, Magnus with a typical Sicilian move b5, and there we have it, bishop to f3, creating the massive threat of e5, forcing Black to respond, which he does with bishop b7, Jordan centralizing his own queen, and Magnus with a move you don't see every day in the Sicilian. How often do you say queen c6 to d6 on move 10?
Yeah. And I like his idea because I did feel that the world champion was under some kind of pressure, because I kind of said that in the quick roundup it wasn't that easy for Black to develop his kingside pieces. You know, the knight was going to get kicked around. Dark square bishop couldn't develop itself because of the queen eyeing up g7. So when you're under some pressure, you're feeling the heat, it's often a good idea to trade queens. And of course, in the Sicilian, the endgame is usually favorable for Black because they can use the half-open line better than White can use that half-open D line. So it's a battle between C and D. And Magnus, of course, we've seen him. He's just magnificent in the endgame.
He most certainly is. And I like his general approach of steering the game into the type of position he is most comfortable with. There's nothing wrong with that, especially when you're struggling. And Magnus is most definitely struggling. He's on 2 out of 5. He's on -1. Now, it would be a gross it would be a gross exaggeration to say that, oh, they trade the queens, therefore this is a draw. Could not be further from the truth. This endgame is actually going to be very rich. So I can sense some of the groans in the chat. The queens are off. We're not going to get a tactical Sicilian unless White plays knight d5, which somehow I don't think Jordan is going to play. I think the big question for Jordan is on what terms does he want to trade queens? I don't think you want to take d6 because that helps Black develop his bishop and then perhaps centralize it on e5. I think the big choice is between castling queenside, trading on White's own terms, and then centralizing his own bishop. Or there's the interesting move, queen d4 to d3, basically saying, I'll allow the queen trade, but you're going to have to enable me to shift one of my pawns away from the c file, taking some of the sting away from rook c8, and toward the center, somewhat blunting the influence of Black's light squared bishop. I think queen d3 is a very serious candidate move. Jordan should consider it carefully.
Yeah, I agree. I must admit, I didn't see queen d3. I was just thinking in terms of castling. I really like the idea of just activating the rook and getting the bishop to this long diagonal. And again, asking Black, how are you going to develop your own dark squared bishop? Which choice would you prefer?
I would probably castle. I don't know. Queen d3 is creative, but I feel like Jordan's going to castle. It's just such a tempting move. It's so natural, and it's really hard to resist moves like that.
Yeah.
And
there's nothing wrong with it either. There's absolutely nothing. I mean, other options could be, but again, you know, you're playing Magnus, so you don't really want to be making moves that compromise your own pawn structure. Another move that kind of crossed my mind was to go e5, just to kind of clamp down, get some space. But yeah, this kind of allows the kind of position where Magnus will plonk a knight on f5 and then just simply grind away, use that half open c line for his rooks and just connect his pieces towards a harmonious point. So yeah, not advisable.
Yeah, what's worse than playing Magnus in an endgame, playing Magnus in an endgame with that pawn structure?
No, don't do it. Don't go there. Yeah, if you want to draw against Magnus, you should probably keep the pawn structure symmetrical and simple. That's a very safe way to play against anyone higher rated than you. Boring, but good.
You should probably keep the queens on the board too.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. I think so. I mean, you kind of have to do the old advice. You know, I just think complications are the way forward, where both of you are taking risks. But of course, this is very, very difficult to get against someone stronger. And
yeah.
So again, a nice strategical battle shaping up in the game between Jordan and Magnus.
Indeed. And Jordan will continue trying to decide on what terms he wants to trade queens. We have a really interesting graphic to share with you on Carlsen's historic performances in Wijk on Zee. And through his first 5 games, this, of course, is round 6. And you can see 2023. It stands out, but he's had his share of mediocre performances. 2020, he finished second. He won 3 games in the second half of the tournament. But 2018, 2019, Carlsen isn't really known for his spectacular starts in Tata Steel. But you can see +1, +1. For him to be -1, well, that is totally unheard of. And the rightmost column is losses. The middle column is draws. The leftmost column corresponds to the win. And then the craziest stat of all, Carlsen has not lost 2 in a row in Classical since 2015. I mean, you can just keep repeating that. It doesn't add up.
Yeah, that's unheard of, right? It was 8 years ago, the last time that Magnus lost 2 Classical games in a row. I mean, I think I can mention last year, November, when I lost 2 games in a row. But I mean, but it's just crazy. And I think someone else came up with a stat I saw on Twitter that in 2019, Magnus did not lose a single game. Weird.
How do you do that? How does he do it? Well, he's not doing it anymore.
Yes, this year has been a tough start for him. He's lost 2 games. I mean, but it's just ridiculous if you think about it. I mean, that we're talking like this. I mean, if someone loses 2 games, big deal. But because it's Magnus and because the stats are so impressive, that's why we're kind of holding him to this high standard. But it is not really human when you think about it. I mean, we should allow these top players just to make mistakes, lose some games, and without panicking and just catastrophize. Catastrophize. Okay, you get what I'm saying.
That's actually a fantastic word, and I would use that exact word because chess fans just have this way of having, first of all, recency effect. You know, a player has a bad tournament, he's on a permanent decline, and Magnus is never going to win a tournament ever again. You know, that's it. The gods have spoken, and he might as well retire to save face. And all of this on the basis of like 1 game. But what's even crazier, I was going to say, than the 2015 statistic is that the last time Carlsen has lost 2 games in Tata Steel before, and that has happened once, it happened in 2007, a year in which Carlsen came dead last in Tata Steel. So right now, I'm telling you, he's probably remembering that year. It was not a good year for Magnus. And if you just think about how long Magnus has dominated the World Elite, 2007, I think, was probably the last time Magnus has come last in any tournament that he's ever played. So he's lost 2 in a row before in Tata Steel, but that was way, way back. That was the year the iPhone came out.
I was going to say, to me, 2007 doesn't sound that long ago, but we do have to remember that Magnus was like 17 in 2007. So I'm sure he's not thinking about what he did as a kid. I think he's focusing on the here and now. And, he has this great habit and this great tendency just simply to, just focus on the job in hand. When he sits there in front of the board, he is just thinking about the chess. That's it.
He is indeed. And Jordan Van Forest took some time to think about how he wanted to trade queens and decided to do it directly. I don't like that decision. I think this helps Black get the bishop into the center. And Magnus, he just seems a little bit surprised there. But bishop e5, followed by d6, he's gotten exactly the kind of position he's wanted. A rich, playable endgame with some imbalances and the opportunity to outplay his opponent. So if you're Jordan Van Forest, buckle up, because you're going to have to show some filigree accuracy if you want to prevent the world champion from moving back to 50%. All right, let's get back to the bird's eye view. This endgame is going to keep unfolding, and we will bring you updates as they come. But Ivanka, just another super rich round. We've got Anish Giri launching a furious attack against Arjun Erigaisi's queenside king. We've got Abdusattorov Pragnananda that's seriously heating up with Prag advancing his pawn to d4. Caruana Gukesh, another game we haven't looked at yet. Super rich positional struggle. What catches your eye?
Shall we pop in Caruana Gukesh? Because after all, this is the big revenge match. Because of course, Fabiano Caruana lost to Gukesh in the Olympiad last year. That was an incredible moment, actually. That I think India beat America.
Yeah, Gukesh had a pretty bad performance, though. He only started 8 out of 8.
Yeah.
And then he lost to Abdusattorov. I mean, really pathetic, honestly. He shouldn't be invited back to the Team India. Now, he's in trouble here, though. He's in trouble here.
Yeah, he definitely looks like he's in trouble because, I mean, just take a look at the queen and the bishop lined up together on that long diagonal. I mean, that would be sending shivers down my spine. And of course, let's not forget the white rook eyeing down the black queen. I mean, but if I were Gukesh, I do always feel that when you're defending, you should be thinking positively. You can't be just going down this mire of darkness and just thinking, why am I playing like this? You need to think positively. And there is one positive aspect, and that's White's king still stuck in the middle. It's not much, but it's something.
It's something, although even that can evaporate if White plays bishop between castles. Now, I'm curious how this happened, because when I looked at this position in kind of a superficial manner, I thought, well, this is a complicated, equal struggle. But the more I look at it, the more miserable it appears. Let's do a quick postmortem. This was a Rogozin, which, of course, remains one of the most popular openings at the highest level. Queen a4 check. It doesn't win the bishop. The point of the move is to force Black's knight onto c6, making it more difficult for Black to contest the center. This is a very well-known line of the Rogozin. Gukesh moves his knight back to e7 to make it possible to play c5. And the big decision comes after bishop d2, b6. Caruana forces Gukesh to make a decision. He decides to give up the bishop pair, which is not unheard of in the Rogozin. It's actually very common. The bishop comes out to a6, looks pretty okay. Caruana defends. And I think the big mistake was, I think Gukesh just prematurely played c5. He's opening up the center with the idea of exploiting White's king, but I think it's had the opposite effect. It's opened up White's bishop. It's allowed Fabi to set up this battery against the knight. The rook is vulnerable. The dark squares are weak. And I think White's king is safer than it appears. I don't think Black has the firepower to actually produce problems here.
Yeah, and the more I look at it, the more I see problems. Like, for instance, if you do try to defend the knight by perhaps improving the worst placed piece, like the knight on e7, if you move that out of the way, then of course you fall vulnerable to bishop b4. And one thing I kind of wanted to say about, that would be a nasty skewer, pin, I don't know which one it is, but it's something and it's unpleasant. And I wanted to say something about Gukesh's Rogozin. This is something that he plays all the time. And he's very faithful to that. I mean, we talked about, in the openings, whether if you're surprised by something, should you stick to what you know, stick to something you've studied, or do you just shift? And here, he has stuck to a faithful opening, but it does mean that Fabi is in some prep.
And Gukesh is in some serious difficulties as Fabi there, sitting back down. I don't see an alternative to knight f6 to e8. If we look concretely, well, Fabi's threatening to take twice on f6, and that will be an actual catastrophe. But after knight e8, I mean, Fabi has such a vast array of options. He can play e4 to accentuate the pressure on the d5. He can play b4, bishop b4. He can just develop his light squared bishop, for goodness sake. And the worst thing about positions like these is that sometimes you're worse in the short term, but you've got some long-term advantages. If you can solve these short-term problems, okay, then you've got things that you can exploit later down the line. The problem here is that White both has a very strong initiative. There are concrete threats, but White is also positionally better. He's got the bishop pair and the dark square control. So even if Gukesh gets out of the immediate danger, he's still going to be suffering for the foreseeable future due to White's better placed pieces and once again, that bishop pair. So he has dug himself into a serious hole, Yovi, 14 moves in, and Fabi has to start winning some games. This is a big opportunity that he will not want to let slip.
No, definitely not. I mean, the position feels like you can't really be going back to e8 with a knight. It just feels too passive. And I was kind of wondering whether Black should try to accelerate the play. And in which case I was thinking about moves such as b5, give up the pawn on f6 and try to get some compensation on the queen side. I mean, I know b5 looks horrible, especially because you allow White a protected pass pawn, but I was just trying to reduce the tension in the center.
Yeah, I think the issue might be that a move like b4, bishop b4, forcing the rook away.
Right, that's what I was wondering about. I was wondering also whether, okay, but maybe I'm panicking. So if we were to kind of play it calm and play the knight to e8, which is an ugly move, it's not pretty, but I have to say we have seen it a remarkable amount of times. We saw it twice yesterday. White knight came to e1, Magnus did it. And Jordan Van Forest also did it in yesterday's game against Parham. Both people lost. So maybe this is not a great advert for putting the knight on e8. But sometimes needs must, right? So, I mean, it looks horrible, but I mean, how bad is it in reality?
Well, I think Evalbar has it right. I don't usually like to quote the evaluation, but this is like around a plus 1.5 position. And that +2 would be winning. So we're right on the threshold of White being clearly better and White being winning. I would say that White has a big advantage here. But as Gukesh now drops below an hour on the clock, he's obviously he sees 98. He knows that move is in his pocket, and he knows it doesn't lose immediately. But you have to put aside your pride when you make a move like that. And sometimes that's just what you have to do. You have to say, yes, I really messed up the opening. I messed up an opening I'm supposed to know. But there's no shame in messing up an opening against Fabiano Caruana. And what you don't want to do if you're Gukesh is just go completely crazy. Caruana has way too much time and way too much experience. So I am expecting 98. I think Gukesh is going to hunker down and mount a long and arduous defense, as he has a long and arduous task ahead of him as he ponders his next move. Yovi, tough stuff, tough sledding so far this tournament for the young Indian prodigy.
Yeah, it's a hard battle. And of course, there are no easy games in this tournament. These are the world's finest players battling amongst each other. So shall we check out the bird's eye view and see where the excitement is happening elsewhere? Who haven't we seen everywhere? In a long time? It is. I mean, everyone is just coming to the games fit for a fight. And can we have a look at the games between Richard Rapport and Parham? Because I don't think we've checked in on them too much.
We have not checked into it yet. There's also a lot of liquidation going on in the Nodirbek game, so we'll get that to you next. But definitely we should take a look at the report game. I have a vested interest in this game because I play this line with White. This started out, I'm going to rewind and show this game from the start. We're only 12 moves in. This was a Sicilian that seemed to go off the rails pretty quickly. White plays d4 CD and queen takes d4. I know this as the checkover variation after Vitaly Chekhover, a Soviet IM. Maybe it's called differently in more knowledgeable circles. Black responds with the knight f6. This is kind of a new move. Previously, knight c6 was pretty automatic, but it transpired that e5, which was considered the old refutation, lost its reputation on account of knight c6. And so White plays this much more positionally. Knight c3, drop the queen back to d3, and now modern chess move the same piece twice in the opening and try to establish a clamp in the center. And the philosophy behind this line consists of two pillars. The first is that if you take the knight on d5, white establishes this incredibly nasty pawn that just clamps down and takes the fun out of black's center play. The second is that the knight on c3 is replaced with a pawn, and this dragon bishop, which is the pearl of black's position in a lot of these Sicilian structures, it's not spectacular anymore. It's just biting on granite, as I like to say. White accentuates the pressure. Both sides develop their pieces, and the pawn structure changes again. Bishop e2, queen a5, and white gives up the knight. But in return, he has seriously and permanently damaged black's pawn structure. Will Maksulu try to fix it with d5? Well, that's the big question that he is attempting to answer right now.
Yeah. And when it comes to Parham, he actually said that he was in a fighting mood. Yesterday's win against Jordan van Foreest came as a big relief to him because, of course, in round 4, he had lost his game to Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. And, when you're in a fighting mood, you're going to take those aggressive decisions. And I agree. It's now or never. He has to break out within the next 2 or 3 moves. I mean, either you're going to build it by planting a rook on d8 and then striking with d5, or now the white king is in the center, accelerate the play as quickly as possible. The thing that puts me off this is because I'm by nature slightly on the cowardly side, is I feel that
Makes 2 of us.
it could be tactically vulnerable, because there's only one, there's one attacker, one defender, and as I've learned from the Soviet school of chess, is that this does make tactical weaknesses. So I was just considering what's going to happen after if you go d5, pawn takes, and I was thinking bishop takes, but of course there is the option of queen takes, in which case you have to assess what's going to happen if the queen steps back. But if the bishop takes, which is kind of the move I want to play, because somehow or other I don't quite want to trade off queens. And then they have to think about moves such as b4, whether that's a problem.
For sure. Dislodging the queen from its defense of the bishop. I'm totally on the same page. I don't think there is a downside to playing a move like rook f to d8. Of course, you would be potentially worried about c4, but there's a very minor problem. That move is illegal as long as the king remains in the center. So in terms of playing it a little bit on the safer side, rook f d8 makes sense. It also makes sense because it makes d5 stronger. Not only does it secure that square, but if you think about a rook sitting on d8, black can recapture with the bishop and set up some threats against white's queen. So my evaluation is that the position is equal, but black has to be a little bit more careful. And Parham, careful. He has been precise throughout his event, particularly after his win yesterday against Jordan van Foreest. And we have a very nice interview to bring to you as the press caught up with the Iranian phenom to talk about his love for fighting chess and how one game can turn your tournament around. Parham Maksulu.
I really needed it after that loss to just come back to the tournament mentally, and I'm just so happy the way I played. I just started to attack and I never stopped it. So I'm just so happy with the result and the way I played. I think he could hold in that position. But okay, he just
in which position?
I think he just played like the way that he was giving up the whole game. Nice. I enjoy to play against the players who are playing like Jordan style. They're like so aggressive. They want to avoid draw and play fighting position. I really enjoy to play with them. Also against Nodirbek was a nice game. Okay. I also tried to win. He also tried to win, and finally, the result is not draw, and fans are very happy. And I hope to play more fighting games, and I hope I don't make draw anymore.
You heard it here first. No more draws.
Get there as Parham Maksulu shares his thoughts after his win against Jordan van Foreest. He's 22 years old. He's stabilized on right around 27-20, and the guy just loves chess. He's always playing blitz and bullet. He's always studying. I mean, the passion you can't hide it when you hear the players share their thoughts after each game. It's super wholesome.
Yeah, it is. And I really like the fact that he referenced a game that he won and a game that he lost against Abdusattorov. He said he loved that game because it was real fighting chess, that they went for each other and he enjoyed himself. And that is kind of the true mark of a great player. You know, you just love the game. Win, lose, draw, doesn't matter. It's all about learning. It's all about getting better, just improving every little detail. And I mean, what a character. I really found that interview very exciting, very thrilling. And also, if I watched it without the video, I would almost say it sounded exactly like Alireza Firouzja. Obviously, I'm not talking about just the accent, but the tone and the sound sounded very similar.
No, for sure. For sure. And I think they, I don't know if they're friends. They obviously know each other well, but they are united by just bursting passion for the game. And, you know, a love for the game, as you said, win or lose. I really like that as well. I respect that when players don't just, you know, move the losses out of their minds permanently. But, you know, I had a good time. I enjoyed myself. I played a good game. There's nothing to be ashamed of if you've lost the game. Great stuff there from Parham Maghsoodlou as he contemplates whether to play d5 or whether to prepare it. The position is going to heat up again, and we will keep a close eye on this game as it enters the middle game. All right, I think we should go back to the bird's eye view because we've got craziness going on some of the boards, particularly in Nodirbek Abdusattorov's game. They're on the middle of your screen. Wesley's game heating up, and we're at that stage, Yovi, of the round. We're about an hour and a half in, where just like all of the games seem to be offering breakneck action.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, once again, you know, they put something in their morning coffee and they are off. And it really feels like we should check out that game between Abdusattorov and Praggnanandhaa, because the first thing that catches my eye is there is a pawn on c7. Now, that pawn probably is not long for the world, but I want to see how it got there, because it does look like it's wild.
Well, I'm kind of mesmerized by this, Yovi, because to understand how it got there, we have to rewind right around to move 15. That's where we left off. Bishop b6, h3. And I kind of predicted that, well, the game's going to be quiet for a couple of moves. We're going to see some maneuvering action. No. Abdusattorov says, you move the rook away from a8, you pay the price. He plays bishop c2, induces g6, and now bang, a4, posing black with a very impolite dilemma. Do you want to give up b5 or do you want to give up a6? Pragg says, I want to give up a6. Nodirbek doesn't take it. Not sure exactly why. I think it might have to do with queen to c5, attacking c3 and f2. Instead, Nodirbek followed through on his positional idea. We had a trade on c3, and now bang, d4 by Pragg. Just how many defenders and attackers do you have on that square? I guess it's a 3-on-3, and a5 by Nodirbek. Most people would go bishop a7, not Pragg. He takes the knight off the board. Nodirbek takes the b6 bishop. We've got mutual Armageddon here as the pieces just disappear from the board. Bishop c2 and bc is the current position. So this c7 pawn started its journey on a2. I always love tracing the journey of pieces and pawns, but we need to figure out what's going on here. And I think the best way to do that, Yovi, is to start by evaluating the position after queen takes c7, queen takes c2.
Oh, you've interrupted the game of checkers that was temporarily being played.
Sorry. My bad.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, totally. I mean, this is the key position. And okay, let's just do a quick rain check on the material. Material is equal. And the first thing that I'm kind of noticing is that, okay, white has the possibility of capturing the pawn on d4, or black has the potential of creating a pass pawn. There's also the pawn lever e5, e6, exploding open the black king. And of course, black has that weak pawn on a6. Oh, look at you. Aren't you going for the checkmate? And of course, let's not forget, as Daniel pointing out, the queen could plant herself on h6. And then when the knight comes sniffing around, well, there will be all hell to pay.
Yeah, that's not exactly my definition of fun, a queen on h6 and a knight on g5. And that is why, in the event of d3, you would be forgiven for thinking that black is better here, right? You've got this monster pawn. It's supported by the rook. White's pawns don't inspire confidence, but it's just this concrete threat of dark square domination on the king side is incredibly troublesome. You called it a6 is also weak. So black can't sit on two chairs here, to borrow a phrase we used yesterday. Either you defend h6 and give up a6, or you defend a6 and give up h6. Okay, that was a tongue twister right there, but I don't think this is an option for Praggnanandhaa. I think in this position, he's probably best advised to liquidate with DC. Try to keep the files open in the center to make it harder for White to get the queen around to h6. But one thing is very clear to me. This is essentially a 2-result game unless Pragg finds a way to spice things up. And he has spiced things up. We go back to the live board because he's played the move rook to e to c8. He hasn't taken on c7 just yet. It seems to me that he wants to take on c7 specifically with the rook. Interesting.
Yeah, it is very interesting because, okay, well, now it's a time for calculation. So obviously White is going to play queen takes bishop. There's no other move other than that.
You're really going out on a limb there, Yvonne. I think we need to calm down here and consider the alternatives. Yeah. Queen takes e2 is forced. Okay, yeah. So rook c7.
Okay. And then now what to do? So, okay, you can't take that as you've highlighted because of the night before. And then the kind of options are, what do? C4 is one kind of idea. Or do you just throw all caution to the wind? And I kind of like c4.
I love c4 because it closes the queen side and it unties your hands for stuff like e6, which you pointed out, queen d2.
Exactly. And then, queen d2, you can follow that up with rook takes pawn, queen coming to h6. And, okay, so now the ball is in Black's court. What should he do to unravel? And the brave warrior in me says, hey, why don't you just line up the rooks on the same line and just go, I don't care? Or is e6 a threat?
I literally don't care. Well, I'm going to make you care with queen d. I'm going to go queen d2 here to start, to get the queen off of the x-ray.
Okay, and then the knight goes to d8. It's a beautiful square. It's ugly chess, but my whole idea is that after queen h6, I'm going to go queen f8 and say, my queen, she's going to protect his majesty for as long as possible.
Indeed. Well, I'm going to eat up the pawn. I haven't had breakfast yet. So knight takes d4, rook takes d4. And I think we're extremely likely in this game to get an end game like this. We've gone really far down this line, but this is not unlikely. I mean, none of these moves are especially crazy. And we could get like a 4-on-3 type situation where Black clearly has great drawing chances. But let's also not forget that Pragg has used up a chunk of his time. He's down to 42 minutes. That might sound like a lot, but he's got 17 moves to make until the time control. So if you're Nodirbek, you're trying to keep the position as tense and as rich as possible for as long as possible. I think c4 is a great way to do that and a great way to force Black to make further decisions. These open-ended moves can be especially unpleasant when your clock dwindles down below 30 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. And even this endgame, if you kind of look at it, 4 versus 3, if there were just rooks on the board, clear draw. But even then, there's still a lot of danger because the more pawns there are on the board, the higher the winning chances. But, then when you add in a rook, 2 rooks, and a knight, it becomes dangerous. And again, not so easy to assess. And especially if you don't have so much time on the clock, like you mentioned. It's a full-on fight in the battle between teenagers.
It is, but Nodirbek is on fire. I mean, he's playing quickly, he's playing confidently, and he is applying so much pressure with both colors here. I mean, this is the ultimate sign of someone who's in killer form. It's just like every game, he's in the driver's seat, whether he wins or draws. So we will keep an eye on Nodirbek Abdusattorov's attempt to expand and extend his lead, which might be necessary because Anish Giri is sitting very pretty against Arjun Erigaisi. But before we bring you an update on that game and others, as we look at the bird's eye view here, we will go on our second break of the day. We're an hour and 40 minutes into round 6 of Tata Steel, this historic 85th edition of Tata Steel. We hope you've been enjoying our coverage, and we will have more Tata Steel action for you on the other side of this break. Sorry, I forgot the seats.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chest clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring a clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Download the new chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Nodirbek just playing a modern brilliancy. There it is.
A sensational moment.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel Chess Tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
Can the world champion demonstrate that resilience which has accompanied him for his entire chess career?
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
Anish is taking down the world champion Magnus in absolute shock.
Although winter, Tata Steel chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Big result. Parham Magsulu manages his first win.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
Entering the second hour in round 6 of this 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, the most prestigious and anticipated event annually. And we will update you first and foremost on the current leaderboard. Round 6 is in progress. Let's take a quick look at the standings after 5 rounds. Some dude named Nodirbek Abdusattorov leads. He hasn't really won any tournaments before, hasn't beaten any good players this tournament, only the world champion. He's on 4 out of 5. Anish Giri trailing close second with 3.5. What a tightly packed field we have. And what a second half of the tournament we're going to have, Yovi. Guaranteed fun.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, so many people all sniffing around the top. You know, Fabi's not far behind, Aronian, Pragnananda. And let's take a look at the bottom, though, because all the way languishing in 10th place is the world champ, Magnus Carlsen, you know, someone who's won Tata Steel 8 times. Well, he didn't get the best of starts, and I say that in the very British way. An understatement of the year so far. But okay, still only 5 rounds played, plenty more to go. It is a marathon, and things are going to be heating up, that is for sure. And, well, do you think realistically, there are any chances for those people, say Vincent Keimer, Jordan Van Forest, Gukash, any chances for them to suddenly kind of have this alleluia moment where everything clicks and they start playing fantastically well? It's happened before.
Well, I'm not a betting man, but if I were to bet on somebody having that hallelujah moment, of course, I'm not going to say anything revolutionary here. I think Magnus Carlsen has a pretty good shot at it, but it all starts with getting back to 50%. And Magnus is not used to telling himself, yeah, one game at a time first, let me get out of the gutter. I mean, these are not words that he ever speaks to himself. We just take it for granted that a disastrous performance for Magnus Carlsen is 50%. -1 is unheard of. But for players like Gukash and Keimer, they've been struggling, and they're continuing to struggle. As we look at our bird's eye view here, you know, some games remain relatively calm. I mean, the calmest game is Ding against Aronian. That seems like a pretty balanced, equal middle game. Still, we have an imbalance, and that White has the IQP. So we'll keep you posted on that game. But we've got some crazy stuff going on the rightmost game. Fabiano Caruana is taking it to Gukash. He is crushing him. He is smashing through the gates. And I think we need to go to that game, Yovi, because this could be one of the most disastrous games of Gukash's career. It's move 17. And unless I'm missing something cataclysmic, I think this is borderline resignable.
Yeah, and it's quite funny because we were here just a few moments ago and we said the position was bad. But what on earth happened to make it this disastrous? Because we saw a very surprising move, right? I mean, when we were discussing this position, I did for a brief second think about putting the queen on c8 just to try to get some counterattack, and I dismissed it as quickly as I could because I realized after bishop takes knight, pawn takes, the queen can come to f6 attacking the knight. And of course, if there's one thing I learned in my chess career, you do not want a queen on f6, standing so close to your king. That is a nightmare. This f6 square is like the perfect thing for a queen to be on. And of course, the knight moved over to g6 to try to get as close to the king as possible. And, well...
Slam dunk.
Yeah, I was going to say caveman Fabi here. You know, he's really just going for broke. He just wants h5, h6, and give a checkmate on g7. Incidentally, do you know what the checkmate on g7 is called?
Well, I know lobster pincer is how Hikaru refers to it. Is
Oh,
there
really?
a formal name?
Yeah, there is. It doesn't sound anything as cool as lobster pincer, though. It's
Well, I hate lobster,
man.
so tell me.
Yeah, it's called the Lolly's Mate, after Lolly.
Oh,
After
Lolly,
some
the study,
chess
the
master
composer.
in previous times. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
Uh-huh.
whether he was I can't really remember whether he was a composer. I think he was a player, but yeah. Lolly is the name. Lolly's Mate. We like us
That's-
Ice Lolly. But it's very British,
A
right?
Lollipop mate.
Lollipop.
It does sound British, although that could also be Italian. DC by
Wait,
Gukesh.
wait, what? Okay, well, I went a bit high pitched there. I'm sorry.
I think I see his idea. I think I see his idea. So first of all, let me just clarify. We Americans aren't really known for our understatement. Queen C8 makes absolutely no sense to me. It just seems like Gukesh, you know, he's out of sorts this tournament. And when you get a bad position and you're already in bad form, you know, panic strikes even the strongest and most experienced players. Now, what is his idea? His idea is to meet h5. I'm positive that this is the only move with rook to f5. Very creative. And while this dislodges the queen from f6 and you're not going to get lolly-mated, what you are going to get is a totally devastating attack. And there is a second idea that was set up with the move h5, and that is the classic rook lift from h4, h3 to g4 or g3. And all that white really needs to do here is bring the queen all the way back. Don't put it on b2, because then black has the very nasty intermezzo c3. Don't put it on d4, because you're running into rook d5. So queen a1 is forced by process of elimination. After knight e7, rook h4, another double attack. You're threatening checkmate. Black has to make this ugly move. White can give a check first, but white can simply play the very easy move, bishop takes c4. I mean, just look at this position. Black is devastated on the king side. He is down a pawn. White still has the idea of going h6. I don't think that this is quite resignable. I think that was an exaggeration. But if Fabi reaches this position, and I'm quite positive that he will, 2, 3, 4 more accurate moves, and we could have a 1-0 on the tournament cross table. This is likely to be the first game to end. Yeah.
I have to say, I mean, those moves look pretty forcing to me. I mean, yeah, I panicked a little bit after pawn takes pawn, but I calmed down after rook f5. And yeah, it's still a fight, somewhat, but I agree with you ultimately. I mean, just look at the position you have on the analysis board. It seemed relatively forced and just devastating. I mean, you're not going to come back from having your king just so exposed there on g8. And white has fantastic piece coordination as well with the rooks. And those two things combined make a deadly duo. So bad news for Gukesh.
This is sad. And, you know, we go back to the live board here. The other problem is that Fabi just has no other moves, right? They're the worst kind of situations when you are compelled to make the right moves. It's such a tilting sensation because you don't even have the possibility of inducing a blunder. But what's interesting about this game is not just the position that's on the board, it's the sort of background and the players, the arc of their career. I mean, the arc of Gukesh's career has gone in only one direction, and that is straight up. And such an interesting statistic there, Yobi, that I'll ask your thoughts on. Gukesh gained 111 rating points during the same period in 2022, right about a year, that Caruana dropped 26 rating points. And Caruana's struggles in the last year and a half have been well publicized. We know he had that collapse at the candidates. He struggled at the U.S. Championship. You know, he lost 2,800, but Fabiano has proven himself as one of the most resilient players of all time. He just does not let these bad performances get to him, and he plays with such consistency and just such professionalism, even when he goes through a bad stretch of his career. But really some very interesting factoids there. Gukesh making his debut. Didn't know that either.
No, I didn't know that Gukesh was making a debut, but of course it was not really surprising that Gukesh gained 111 rating points, and you called it. What you had on the analysis board is on the board right now, although the queen has come to c3. That one looks equally good. I mean, the only difference that I can see, nope, no difference.
Well, Fabiano playing like someone who's made 13 appearances. He's like, I know the drill.
Yeah.
I'm playing confidently. And I don't think this changes all that much, by the way. Queen c3, queen a1. I mean, it's going to be the same type of position. We're going to see Fabi taking on c4. And this is lost. This is flat out lost.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I was just thinking about Caruana's kind of rating drop. One trend that I have seen quite a bit is that the juniors are kind of gaining a load of rating points. Like 111 does not surprise me. I mean, I've seen juniors gain like 200 points in a year. I mean, it's that much. And everyone else, meanwhile, has been dropping. Like, it's not that out of the ordinary to see someone. I mean, I'm speaking from my own personal experience. I've dropped quite a significant amount in my rating. I just wonder whether this is maybe something leveling out, and that the corona pandemic has kind of caused a little bit of this, that the people who were so dangerous were very severely underrated. And one kind of very natural case in point was, I do remember in 2022 Blitz that the Indian juniors were all playing in the Rapid and Blitz with like some ridiculous rating of 2200. And just snatching everybody's rating points, much to the Grandmaster's fury. They said, this is not fair. Why are they doing this to us? We worked so hard for our rating. We've worked for years, and they come with this ridiculously artificial low rating and win the rating prizes. No, I'm just joking. And grab every single thing. Yeah. But I mean, once this leveling, and what I'm trying to say is that once this leveling has occurred, I'm expecting that everyone who's lost those rating points will slowly inch their way back. Well, I'm hoping, at least. Wishful thinking on my part.
Yeah, I think some people get too excited about this process, and they say, well, this just shows that people like Fabi and Nepo, who, by the way, has largely dodged the sort of great rating loss, they didn't belong there in the first place, and they're actually 2600s. No. There's a very good reason that the Super GMs are who they are, and I agree that there will be a little bit of a counter correction after this radical process has taken place. But just to your point, when you look at tournaments held in India, it is very standard to see a bunch of European grandmasters just losing round one to like a 1900 at 2000 and in very one-sided fashion. So India is just a terrifying place to play chess right now. I mean, obviously the chess culture is booming, and we're not just talking about the grandmasters and the Ariagaisis and Gukeshes that now have a reputation as incredibly fearsome super grandmasters. We're also talking about the new crop of young players who are 21 and 2200 and who are vastly underrated and who are already bringing up the rear, so to speak, and are also making a bid to one day enter the chess elite. But unfortunately, this tournament just has not been on Gukesh's side, but it's only his first appearance in Tata Steel. He has so many years ahead of him. As he moves his knight back to e7, he faces down the barrel of a lost position, and we'll see if Fabi, who seems incredibly relaxed, can finish this game off.
Yeah, Fabi is a very good chess player, and that's the understatement of the year. Having played him myself in a classical game, I can kind of testify like how calculating he is, how focused, how he plays with deadly precision, because he calculates everything. I remember our game, I was shaking with nerves at the beginning, and then he kind of played something that I didn't expect, and then I thought, hang on a second, I'm okay. In fact, maybe I think I'm slightly better. And I got very excited. And anyhow, he gave me the opportunity to sacrifice a piece. I did. Like a fool, I walked into the trap and I was like, okay, his king cannot survive in the center. But guess what? He had calculated every single detail. And it was a tragic mistake that I had made. And that was it. Interesting, it might have been. But Fabi was one step ahead.
as he often is, and he is a calculating machine, but he's adjusted his style. He's gotten better at blitz as well. So I really love the way in which Fabi has become a more multifaceted player in the last couple of years. Some incredible performances in online events that have really corrected his course that started in very unpleasant fashion from the U.S. Championship and then moved on to the candidates. Fabi seems more confident. He seems more fresh. And I know he loves Tata Steel. I know from firsthand experience that is his favorite tournament. That's what he told us in Toronto. And you could just see the inspiration in Fabi's play. All right, let's go back to the bird's eye view because we have some really exciting developments on a couple of other boards. The world champion has the kind of ending that we predicted, Yovi, and it's exactly the kind of ending he wants. He's got that bishop on e5 and knight on f6. He's got a big clamp in the center, and he even has a pawn on g5. So he's now working on kingside expansion, maybe trying to shatter White's pawn chain, g2, f3, e4. So Magnus, I think, really could not be happier at the way his game is unfolding. At the same time, I would not say that he is objectively better. I just think he's got the kind of position he prefers to have.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's excellent in that type of position. I mean, he's got everything he wants. White has one bad piece, the knight on a2, and he's also doing his kind of calling card. I've seen him do it so many times. He takes as much space as possible with his pawns, and he gets them ready for great endgame positions. He's bricking down for the long haul, I think, and ultimately the game might end in a draw, but I guarantee you it will be Magnus who is pressing and pushing hard here.
Yeah, this is just vintage Magnus Carlsen. It's been a while since we've checked into the Anish Giri game. What's interesting is that only a couple of moves have been played since we last examined it. But I vote we take another look at the Giri game to see how Eric Geisey's defensive effort is progressing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when we left it, that position was red hot, full of complications, full of fire, and it still is, judging from the position. But I mean, has anything changed significantly?
I think we've gotten more clarity on how the game is likely to unfold in the next couple of moves. First of all, the reason we've only had a couple of moves, and I made a false assumption. I assumed Eric Geisey would have 10 minutes right now, but instead, the clock situation has equalized. And the move, I think, that took Anish Giri a very long time is this move, rook a to c1. He brings the rook to c1 preemptively, and it might seem like an empty move. It might seem like the c4 pawn is unassailable, but it's not as unassailable as it appears because the bishop on d5 is itself not unassailable, and White proves that by putting his own bishop on e4. On the next move, you could bring the other rook over to d1. At the same time, Arjun is trying to orchestrate some counterplay along the f-file. So it is still a very double-edged position. Knight takes e5 needs to be seriously calculated here. And this could explode into chaos really at any moment. It would if Black takes on e5.
Yeah.
Oh!
I mean, I was thinking that maybe not possible because, radical times call for radical measures. I know that's not really the expression, but after knight takes, queen takes, I was thinking rook takes pawn.
Beautiful.
I was wanting to do it the previous move, but then I realized that wasn't possible. Okay, and then bishop b7.
Whirlwind.
That's
bishop
it.
b7. Queen takes e5. Now, it's not it is over. Because the problem is, it's not the material advantage that's the problem. It's the state, the sorry state of Black's king. White's bishop going to drop back and look at those juicy dark squares. The king is not long for this board. What a line. Rook takes c4 and bishop b7. I love combinations that revolve around discovered checks. Like the discovered check, such a simple device and yet so powerful, such a game changer in a lot of these tactical positions.
Yeah. And the fact that he lined up his rook on c1 shows that he's thinking about the possibility of playing rook takes pawn. It's in the air. Now, it doesn't work right now because after bishop takes,
the
it would be White who would be on the receiving end of that discovered check tactic. But yeah, it's definitely brewing.
I guess what's hard is just figuring out what to do if you're Arjun. The move that instinctively came to me his knight d7 to b6, just try to buttress, these two weak points on c4 and d5 and make sure that white doesn't crash through. But Anish has just a steady supply of moves that are not too committal and that improve his position. An example of such a move is just a4. Now you might say, well, this is a blunder, but the more files are open on the queen side, the better it is for Anish. He can now swing his rook. At rook a1, there's knight c3, I guess. But just rook f to d1, right? He can make a lot of these moves and apply pressure on the center, and he's not really risking much.
Yeah, you can keep it going. Like, for instance, you can inverse these two moves. You can go rook d1 first, and then put maximum pressure on that bishop. And then if black does a nothing kind of move, a4 is coming. And
black will have to
if
play h6, I guess.
G5 isn't very good. I mean, I have to see, like, where's the bishop going to go? I mean, first of all,
it's
I
going to
would
go like
probably
this.
put it back. Oh, that is full board vision there. I love it. Bishop goes to a4 and pin and win in its most brutal sense.
That's the right sound effect you just made there.
Yeah, it was like kind of take it back. I don't want to see that. Okay, so how is black going to defend? Because that looked nasty. I mean,
yeah, I don't know. Queen c6, maybe.
Queen c6. Queen c6. Queen is a good defender, right?
Okay.
Oh, hang on. Wait a second. Is the
boom boom? That doesn't work.
Oh,
queen takes c4 almost works, but the bishop actually takes the bishop, not the queen. Oh, my voice cracked there. But what about a move like knight f3 to d2? This gets really crazy because now black can take on e5. So maybe this isn't quite as effective.
But okay, can you just play calmly and say, okay, you've put pressure on the bishop. Just go, no problem.
No problem at all, because trading pieces doesn't help black. He loses c4.
Yeah, exactly. And again, the ball is in black's court, and black has to come up with a move. Not easy. Ideally, you kind of want to pass, right? And you just kind of maybe pick up a pawn from off the board and put it back on b7 or b5 and hope your opponent doesn't notice.
Yeah, you put a pawn on b5, the whole landscape changes. Like, black would be winning with the pawn, with an extra pawn sitting on b5. If you added the pawns back to b2 and b5, black would be in just incomparably better shape. But, at the risk of sounding like a San Francisco hippie, you can just sense the energy in Anish Giri's play. It gives off a certain wavelength, a certain vibe, and that vibe just speaks to someone who's hungry for a win in every game. His openings are fresh. He's finding ideas every game. He's playing ambitiously with both colors. And just to top all of that off, we have such a great interview of Anish from yesterday's game over in the Amsterdam Johan Cruyff Arena. It's just awesome to hear somebody in good form share his thoughts. So let's listen in.
Well, first of all, here are my two sponsors. I have here Optiver and here Chessable. They're written down, but it's very cool, so I'll cover them for now. After this very respectful shout out. Okay, now, no, it's very easy. It's a little bit like your birthday. Everybody congratulates you and you just write on your Facebook wall or whatever, thank you all, and move on with your life. People sometimes say that they come all the way from, I don't believe them. Honestly, I don't believe them. I don't think they fly just to see. I think they actually have some things to do, and they use this as an excuse.
It sounds good, yeah.
I use this as an excuse. Yeah, I don't believe that anyone would fly actually all the way to get a picture with me. I just don't buy that. It's really nice, but I just don't buy it at all.
Anish Giri, ladies and gentlemen, Anish Giri. He speaks for himself, doesn't he?
Yeah, people would fly all across the world just to chat to Anish, right? I think they would. Maybe not. Maybe yes.
You can always count him for entertainment. That's one thing is for certain.
Yeah. No, I mean, he was quite. He was quite happy there. I mean, you could kind of sense the relief because I don't think he was looking forward to playing Prague. You know, he felt that that was a shadow looming over the horizon. And of course, to neutralize him with the black pieces, I mean, that would have been a relief because when you're at the top of the table, as he was after round 4, then you kind of just want to maintain the pressure starts intensifying. And it was nice interview. I really do like Anish. Yeah, for me, he's one of the greatest guys out there. Got a lot of time for him.
He's flamboyant. He's energetic. He's approachable. And this is what we need in chess. We need people like that to make top GM chess accessible and approachable and interesting for people who aren't necessarily super invested into the game itself. I think this is the best time to be alive because chess is just such an entertaining game now. The personalities are interesting, even if you're still learning how the pieces move. But speaking of how pieces are moving, Vincent Keimer's pieces are not moving at all. Let's take a quick look back at our bird's eye view, and then let's fly on over to Wesley So International Airport because he's got a rook that's sitting pretty on d7. Yovi, I mean, some of the other games are getting interesting as well. By the way, we predicted what would happen in Nodirbek's game. We have exactly the kind of scenario we thought might happen. A 4-on-3, but the queens are still on the board. They're likely to get traded, though, so that's a classic 50-50 game. Nodirbek is going to push for a win. Is there anything else catching your eye before we take a look?
No, those are the main things. Those were the absolute main things. I was also going to compliment our fortune-telling skills as well against in the game between Nodirbek and Prague. I was going to say our services of telling the future are up for hire. And anyhow, let's race to the game between Wesley and Vincent because, yeah, like you say, that rook on d7, that's a fearsome piece.
Oh my gosh, I'm still adjusting my eyes to what's happening here. I think it would be worthwhile, given how unique this position is, to rewind, let's say, 10 moves or so, and just see how this went from a very standard Ruy Lopez to total chaos and anarchy on the board. So we had a normal Ruy Lopez. The craziness really started with the move d4 because that led to a mass trade in the center, Wesley driving his pawn up. And then Vincent says, my pieces are passive, so I'm going to compensate by gobbling up Wesley's a5 pawn. And he does. Wesley says, take my pawn. I'm going to focus on clamping down in the center. Knight d2. The knight is driven out to f3, where it threatens to move into g5. And so Vincent has to spend a tempo preventing that. And look at Wesley's development advantage and how much more active his pieces are. And Vincent tries to solve the problem by dancing his queen around. Wesley keeps intensifying the pressure. And then there's a trade of bishops, and Wesley goes after Vincent's extra pawn, which he wins back with rook takes d7. This is on the board. Now, it may seem like white is totally winning, and that is what I thought initially. But the more I look at it, the more I realize that black is a very interesting defensive resource. The move queen b7 to c8 puts the rook in a very compromised spot and leads to some wild tactical complications. Do you think that move is sensible?
Yeah, I do like that move. I hadn't seen it, I must admit, but I had seen another move, which is rook d8.
Yep.
So a good old-fashioned back ranker. And if he goes e6, then you could just simply go knight takes pawn. Give up the queen.
Oh, that is sick. And if you take the queen, oh, that was my voice is cracking. Rook d1. That was not my finest hour. This is back rank check. This would not be the white king's finest hour. E6 is a very important resource to keep tabs on. But can white successfully navigate this tension on the d file? I guess Wesley would maybe take on d8 and go queen to d7. But then there's queen to d5.
Ooh,
that is a nice
who's
defensive
better
move.
in this endgame? Who knows?
How about them
I think
apples?
black. Yeah.
Okay, so what's the move here? Why is the eval bar so optimistic? Is it because, oh my gosh, there's e6 and knight e5, but that gets too wild to calculate? Gosh, I really don't want to flip the engine on here.
No, I don't have the engine on. What do you, is it something so calm as h4? You know,
knowing computers, it's always something. It's not a bad move. I think h4 keeps an advantage.
Yeah, but then you can do your queen c8 idea.
Here, I guess I'll play.
And now you can
e6.
go e6. Oh.
takes.
We're getting there. And
I have to take the rook because otherwise you lose either the rook
Yeah.
or the queen. And black is, I wouldn't say out of the woods. I mean, even here, queen e5, and you have to move the knight and the knight take e6. But you could still get checkmated with this knight coming out to e5. So this is honestly a pretty depressing reality for Vincent. I think you should seek his fortunes elsewhere and perhaps start with queen c8. So shall we have a quick look at that move
Yeah.
and how the game could unfold? So queen c8, obviously you can't take the bishop. So ideally, you want the queen to be protected, but it's not so easy to move the queen onto a protected square. If you move it back to d3, you run into rook d8. I guess you could move it back to h3, but then your idea, still rook d8, and you haven't solved the back rank problem.
Okay.
Huh.
And what about being calm about this? I mean, do you need to move the queen? Can you go? I was just wondering whether you could prepare for the endgame with some quiet move.
Huh.
Like, yeah, e6 didn't quite work because the pawn takes. And then it was
Yeah,
like,
and then-
yeah.
Oh, yeah, goodbye. Eval bar
Yes.
just fell off a cliff.
And so I was kind of looking at moves like h3. Don't laugh at
I
me.
think you have
but,
to.
Just
No, I
just
think that's
this
the best
kind of
move.
Yeah, I know. Well, maybe, I didn't know, but I was just thinking h3, and then rook d8, and then you kind of. I mean, do you not have to go? Can you go? If you can't do e6,
Well, you can.
maybe
I
you
think
can.
E6
No, do e6.
because-
Yeah, you have to do
because
e6. Otherwise,
this-
rook takes rook is nothing.
And this transposes essentially into the line we were just analyzing. This queen e5 move is actually super, super important because it dislodges the knight and you win back e6 with interest. So I love the move h3. I think this gives black, a lot of rope. And so maybe rook d8 is hasty. Maybe black needs to play, I don't know, maybe g6 first or some like computer move like c4 to keep the tension and deprive white of the d3 square. But
Yeah.
to make a long story short, I mean, it's a super complex position. I think white's got the upper hand, practically speaking. But given the eval bar showing equality, I think queen c8 holds the balance if Vincent can continue playing accurately. Wesley's also a little bit low on time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
What amazing complications.
It is very amazing. I have to say, I love your move c4 in that final
Thank you.
analysis game position because, yeah, it is the kind of move that a computer would play. I'm not a big fan of g6 because you're weakening your own king, but c4, take the space. Be super calm about it. Love it. The question, though, is, I mean, do you think Vincent will play the very calm queen retreat? Or do you think he will be swayed by this tactical idea of playing rook d8 and then checkmating along the back rank?
I'm worried that it will be the latter because that line we calculated with rook d8, rook takes d8, and then queen d7, which runs into queen d5. When you see a line like this, it really raises the appeal of rook d8. And the appeal of rook d8 is already very high because it forces the rooks off the board. And that's an incredibly natural thing to do. The move e6, which I think is the only way. Well, actually, no, e6, there's knight takes e6. I already forgot what the best move was after rook d8. We just thought white might play h3 there.
H3 or h, yeah.
It's not easy to appreciate the power of a move like h3, even though it actually is a very powerful concept to create some luft and renew the threat of taking on e7. So, man, what a difficult choice here for Vincent. He might conceivably take 20 or 30 minutes here. He's got plenty of time, and he senses, obviously, that this is a critical moment, that responding correctly is crucial if he wants white's initiative to fizzle out here one day.
Yeah. And let's go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at some of the other games. And we haven't caught up with Magnus in a long time. Maybe we should go and see how he's doing. Because last time we kind of mentioned that he was doing okay. He was in his comfort zone. He was going to start massaging an in-game advantage from probably nowhere. But it is the way he plays chess. And he's not out there to win friends. He's there to just get a point.
He is doing exactly that, right? He's already in the driver's seat. No question about that. I think Jordan will have to play accurately in the next couple of moves if he wants to maintain equality. So what's going on here? Well, first of all, let's bring everybody up to speed on the last couple of moves. Magnus played the move g5 here to expand on the king side and really carve out the dark squares for himself. Then he went rook g8, a4 moves met with b4. Jordan trying to force black's pawns forward and weaken the a5 pawn. You have this very typical maneuver, knight c1, knight b3. Instead, he goes c3, basically carving the path back to c3. Magnus strikes in the center. We have a trade, leaving us only with bishops and rooks. And after rook c1, king f6, I love what Jordan has just done. Bishop e2 to c4, not procrastinating, saying, get off me, get off d5. And if the bishops are traded, Yovi, I feel like the result is not really going to be in question.
Yeah, that was a great move by Jordan, because it is black's best piece, isn't it, as you say? But is there any way that Magnus can try something? Because after all, it's a question of pawn majorities. And when you have a situation in endgames, it's often who is able to create that passed pawn. And say all the rooks come off, then I think white is the one who will benefit, because after all, he has an outside passed pawn, and it's very easy to create a pawn from those two. But with the rooks on the board, and especially 4 pieces, we can see something happening, right? I'm just going to think that maybe Magnus will start to clamp down on this majority on the queen side, and then all the while extend something. I mean, how is he looking? Let's have a look at the camera. No, he doesn't look that happy, so I'm kind of probably overthinking. Well, and just coming to these kind of conclusions just because it is Magnus playing this game.
Yeah, there is a Magnus effect that relates to commentators, which is that I personally always, it's like you subconsciously give him the benefit of the doubt. If it's an equal endgame, you automatically think he's slightly better. Now, he's gone bishop b7. It is a sensible decision to keep the bishops on the board, accentuating the possibility of g4, which would open up the diagonal. And white's bishop right now isn't the most impressive piece. And that is why, if I'm Jordan, I'm seriously contemplating the move bishop c4 to b5 with many ideas. It paves the way for a rook infiltration. It sets up a potential bishop trade on c6. And in response to bishop b5, off the top of my head, I don't see all that much that Magnus could do other than to go back to d5. And I would not say that it's out of the question we will see a repetition of moves here. Magnus is not going to do anything wild or foolish just to say that he's playing for a win. He definitely does not want to lose a 3rd game in a row. So if Jordan plays bishop b5, unless Magnus finds a compelling way to keep chances alive and keep the inherent imbalance alive, he might go back to d5.
Mm-hmm. It's a very real possibility. I agree with you. I mean, white's done nothing wrong, and his pieces are well placed. And let's have a look at Carlsen's performance in previous years. And there we can see that in 2022, he came first with an amazing score, and then 6th in 2021. I remember that year because I actually commented on that in Norwegian TV. And every time I commented, he lost. And I was like, oh no. I'm clearly jinxing him here. And and in 2020, it was Fabi who took the title back. And otherwise, though, in 2019, 2018, it's just been Magnus all the way. And it's incredible, actually, that he didn't lose a game at all in 2018, 2019. I don't think he lost anything in 2022 either. So
no, he didn't. And there is a rather disturbing statistic, which is that Magnus has never won Wijk aan Zee without winning in the first 5 rounds. Okay, so the years that he won, he scored at least 1 victory in the first 5 rounds. Of course, here, he did score a victory in the first 5 rounds. That's easy to forget. He did beat Vincent Keimer. So technically, he has checked that box, and that means it's still possible for him to win. And he's only lost 14 out of the 195 games that he has played, which is not Magnus's best tournament record. If you think about Magnus, 14 out of 195, that's more losses than he averages in regular chess. So his performance in Tata has been rather uneven for Magnus's standards, which is to say he's only won like 50% of Tata Steel's that he's played in. But the crazy stat, which we repeated earlier, is that the last time he lost 2 games in a row was Norway Chess 2015. Just think about that for a second. Think about how much he plays and how crazy it is that he hasn't lost 2 games in a row in 8 years. I mean, mind-boggling, honestly.
Yeah, and you talked about crazy moves and mind-boggling moves. I have to say, I was completely floored by Jordan's last move on the board. You know, because you were talking about playing Bishop B5, and perhaps we would see a 3-fold repetition while the 2 bishops danced on the D5 B7 square, and instead Jordan is like, "Hey, I'm gonna play B4. I'm gonna try to simplify the position as much as possible," and I'm surprised by this because I didn't actually think that White could play like it, because I thought if the bishop came to b5, then the black pawn that is under threat could actually move itself forward. And as you've highlighted, the bishop come to its defense. And okay, Jordan's idea was simply to park the bishop on b3 and to just liquidate things that way. And I like it, actually, now that I've kind of taken my jaw off the floor. I like what he's done. It's simple, and simple chess is always good, especially when you're playing the world champion and you're having a bad tournament and you need to steady the ship. The last thing you need is to lose again.
This game is going to end in a draw. I'm about 90% certain, just because, you know, Magnus needs a spark to start the flame, right? He can't just win an endgame on the basis of his reputation alone. You actually need to create imbalances. And the thing is, White's taking on b4 on the very next move. This passed a-pawn is going to be a major asset for White. It also is sort of a weakness and a strength at the same time. You need to dedicate at least a rook and a bishop to holding it together. But just the issue is Magnus hasn't started the engine on the other side of the board. I suppose he can try to go h5 and g4. But the thing is, even if he does that and Jordan just takes on g4, the f-file opens, and then Magnus will have to watch out for, you know, rook f1 check or rook c7. So I really think this position is incredibly balanced. And one way that the game could liquidate is something like rook b8, rook takes b4, and then you have this check on e4. Then you take on b3. I think we're going to get some sort of double rook endgame, which is going to end in a repetition, if I really had to guess at this moment. Of course, we've seen Magnus pull off anything, obviously.
Yeah. And in terms to your earlier point, I mean, one move that I was particularly attracted to, but actually does not work, was actually to pull the trigger now and play g4, with the idea being, you know, now that White has to use up a time to grab on b4, but that really doesn't work because of rook f4 check.
Ooh, and rook c7.
And then the rook c7 comes, and it's like, oh dear. The plan is completely backfired. You don't want to do that one at home. Yes. So so how to, I mean, and in light of that, there's just no way to get to use that extra tempo. I mean, and something maybe I was thinking you could do is put your bishop on a6 to try to improve the bishop. So when the rook does capture on b4, it goes to d3. But this is
check.
Like,
okay, I move my king. Offer draw. Okay, I have passed pawn. Very solid position.
I was thinking more along the lines of Pat's a siege check, Pat's a place check.
That's I like that. I like that expression. I like that expression.
Me too. It's one of my favorites. And sometimes very relevant, especially in time trouble, you know, when the tension is too much and you can't think of what to play, or you realize like, check, there you go.
Check.
And then afterwards you're like, why on earth did I do that?
So my coach, whom I trained with for many years, Lev Sakis, he would always make this insight, which is one of those things that you roll your eyes at when you first hear. And then, you know, it's like you think about it more, you get older and you realize those are very wise words. He told me that very often when you don't know what to do in a rook endgame, you want to give a check. Like, checks have a certain inherent value in the endgame, which kind of makes sense because they essentially win tempi and they allow you to get your pieces to better squares. They also force your opponent to decide where to commit to a particular king placement. And the more I've analyzed endgames, the more I realized his words are actually really wise. When you have a dilemma and you're not sure what to play, often just giving the check is at the very least a pretty safe bet. But unfortunately, this is not a rook endgame, and I think the presence of bishops cancels out the effectiveness of a check on d3 or a check on b8. The king can always kind of hide in the corner if things get iffy on the queen side. So in any case, I think Jordan is holding this very comfortably. I think the move b4 is excellent. It shows that he's not afraid, and he's going to play with an iron fist. He doesn't just want to draw from a position of weakness. He wants to draw from a position of strength.
Yeah, I agree. And I love what Jordan's done. I think it's just simplifying the position so it's very simple, you know, and also that pawn on a4, it is like a North Star. It's going to guide him as to what he wants to do, which is just push that pawn. I mean, how much easier is that? Meanwhile, as you kind of pointed out quite a few times, you know, Black is not really doing anything on the king side. I mean, he really needs to get 3 moves in, you know, he needs to go h5, h4, h3 before he can destabilize those 3 pawns there. So yeah, I think offer a draw is a good practical choice for Magnus.
It is, and
but he's not allowed.
He's not allowed
to offer a draw,
and he's not going to. I think he'd rather take a repetition than a draw offer. He has averaged 1 loss per year at Tata Steel, and he's already exceeded his allotment of losses. So if I had to bet, I would probably bet that Magnus won't lose any more games in Tata Steel, but that's not enough. He's also got to win games with both colors if he wants to make a bid, at the very least, for the top 3. And as the world champion ponders his next move, both players with plenty of time, so we're unlikely to see a time scramble here. And I think a good opportunity for us to go back to the bird's eye view with a lot of the games really at different stages. The Maksudlu report game has only just really made its way into the middle game, while the Abdusattorov game is just knocking on the door of an endgame should the queens get traded. Vincent Keimer has indeed played rook d8. So let's pat ourselves on the back. He's done it. And will Wesley find a way to keep the tension with a move like h3? That's going to be exciting. The Ding game is also getting pretty exciting. But Yovi, I'll give you the final say on where we go next.
I think we have to go to Ding against Levon because we haven't seen that game in a long time. I mean, we were kind of saying that things were setting themselves up rather nicely for a lot of action. And here, well, we have an unorthodox position because both sides have their pawn weaknesses. Both sides are very active with their rooks. It feels like there's a position where it's not really clear who's attacking and who's going to be defending, actually.
Yeah, they're locked in this headlock where you look at it from the side and you're like, wait, who is the one actually pressing on the gas pedal here? And the answer, I think, is that they both are. But, you know, White's got a Ferrari and Black has like a Toyota Camry. So I think White's pressure exceeds what Levon Aronian has going against the d4 pawn, which is very safely defended. Ding brought his a pawn up to a5, partially to fix Black's queen side and fix the weakness on b7, but also to pave the way for the move that he has just played. Rook a1 to a4 is just a sick way to defend the pawn. And he's got a lot of stuff going for him other than the attack on e6. He's threatening b7. That knight from d3 has a phenomenal prospect on c5. That rook on e5 is right in Black's grill, and it's very hard to attack. So to me, there's no question that Ding is better. The hard part is determining the extent of his advantage. Is he much better? Is he a little bit better? Yovi, what does your intuition suggest?
I have to say I'm still unsure, actually. I'm very unsure as to what's happening here because, you know, this pressure against the d4 pawn, I'm never going to discount that one because, I mean, Black could even play radical moves such as b5. And the a pawn would not be up for grabs because of this hit on d4. And something I would always be thinking about is moves like d5. Is this going to be a problem for Black? And if it is, then I'm going to do something about it. If not, it's just because I favor positions where I'm playing against the IQP, I'll be honest with you. It's just my personal prejudices coming into play. You know, I'm thinking, it's okay. It's all good. And it's enough. It's enough to hold any disadvantage.
Yeah. I mean, white has an IQP, isolated queen pawn. I would suppose black has an IKP. That does not roll off the tongue. An isolated king pawn. I think the reason that's not like a normal abbreviation is because the IQP structure is very common and it occurs in a lot of openings, so it makes sense to have a specific term for it. You do get isolated king pawns once in a while, but it's not sort of part of a larger type of structure that is worth understanding. But I really like your move b5. Like when you mentioned that, I've been looking at it excitedly, and I think it is a good way to try to solve black's problems concretely. Like if we pull up an analysis board, b5. If white blindly stumbles into rook takes a6, I think rook takes d4 just wins the game for black. Whoop! And the queen is overloaded.
That's
so you can't do that.
A neat trick. So you can't quite do that. But the reason why I wasn't that sure about it was because after pawn takes pawn, after the pawns are traded, I wasn't sure about moves that add pressure. So d5 would be one of them. Rook c4 would be another kind of move. Okay, knight d6.
And I'll tell you what, I'll play knight d6 against d5 as well to secure the rook.
Yeah. We know that these super grandmasters and grandmasters in general love to overprotect their forces. Knight d6, attacking the queen and the rook. No, that's not the most important thing. It defends the rook on e8. Yeah, b5. Maybe you can just sit there on rook b4 and say, that's good.
Life is good. I've got this massive hole on c5. And perhaps black can maneuver and finagle his way over to c4. Black is an outpost too. How about them apples? And this gets very complicated.
Yeah, it does.
Gosh. Yeah, you need to
accompany
I told you
these
like IQP
positions are not easy. Not easy at all. I mean, I found them very deceptive. And one of the things that I find is that in the middle game and the opening, you burn so much time. Every move will kind of cost 10 minutes on the clock. Just because it's very difficult to kind of figure out how you're going to neutralize each side's initiative. You got to find out what your objectives are. And yeah, I mean, knight d6 played. I like this move as well. It's consolidating everything. And again, he's just saying, kick the queen back. But then after that, what is black going to do then?
I think you can. But you can play knight f5. Look pleadingly up at your opponent. Repetition, please. But I think it's more likely that he establishes his knight on b5 because that's a much safer outpost. Why? Because when you look at an outpost, it's important to look at the quality of the pawn that defends that outpost. And the a6 pawn is totally unassailable. But the e6 pawn, as you mentioned right at the outset, can be forced off the board or at least forced out of e6 by the move d5. And that is called undermining. So the knight on b5 is a lot harder to undermine. I think that's what Levon is aiming for. There is a repetition possibility. Queen can come back. The knight moves to b5. Queen comes back to e4. But something tells me Ding is going to try to squeeze more out of this position than just a colorless draw.
Yeah. I'm not so sure. I would be feeling nervous here, but I agree. I mean, Ding is a great player. I mean, he's bold. I mean, if we saw anything from his previous games, we saw that he's so fearless. He chooses these sharp openings and enters these roller coaster positions. He's completely unafraid. And it's good testing ground, of course. He has a big match coming up in April, a World Championship match. And every game will be worth their weight in gold when it comes to training. So,
I mean,
good.
Yeah, that's going to be such an exciting match. But I just wanted to echo your point about fearlessness. Ding has a solid style, but solid should not be confused for cowardly. I just remember a game he had against Richard Rapport in the Candidates in Madrid, where they had a wild position for 25 moves. Then he came to the press conference, to the interview, and he was telling Robert and I just the lines he was calculating and just the cold-blooded nature with which he was calculating a position where his king is like on d6 and surrounded by enemy forces. It honestly made a big impression on both of us. I still kind of remember it. It was awesome to watch. So totally agree with your assessment of Ding.
Yeah, I have to say my favorite press conference with Ding involved him in his match against Kramnik. I can't remember where, but I remember Kramnik was in his very confident stage where he was just saying, "This is winning, this is," and Ding was just sitting there calmly and just saying, "What about this move? What about that move?"
Exactly. I loved that press conference. Oh
I mean, God, that was awesome. Comedy gold. It's fantastic. Yeah.
It definitely was. Ding is great. I mean, he's much loved and for very good reason. Well, we love ourselves an occasional break, and we are going to take one. But before we do that, an important announcement, because after 2 years, the wait is over and the Pro Chess League is back. The 2023 season begins the qualifier week starting February 1st, with 16 teams advancing into the main season. Past PCL participants include Magnus, Ding, speaking of, Nepo, Fabi, of course, Hikaru, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, Anish Giri, and many, many more. And so we could not be more excited for the league's return. And with over 100K on the line, it's looking like the 2023 season will be one for the history books. Use !PCL, exclamation mark PCL in the chat to learn all about it. You will not want to miss this new season of the PCL. And you will not want to miss more action from the 85th Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Round 6 is ongoing. We are entering the third hour of games, and we will have more Tata Steel action for you on the other side of this short break.
Struggling to improve your game? Chessable is the home for chess improvers. With hundreds of courses by incredible authors like world champion Magnus Carlsen, Christoph Selecki, Andras Toth, everyone's favorite social media troll known as Anish Giri, and so many more, Chessable can help you raise your game to the next level. You getting started on the fundamentals? You should check out everyone's first chess workbook. Maybe you want to stop letting all those points slip away in the endgame. 100 endgames you must know is the course for you. Maybe tactics are your weakness. The Woodpecker method has helped students gain hundreds of ELO points. Most importantly, all of our courses are powered by Chessable's exclusive Move Trainer technology, which uses the science of spaced repetition to make sure it all sticks. Check out Chessable today and get 30 days of Pro for free. Go to chessable.com/begin.
Welcome back to round 6 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2023. Now, Vishy Anand, in our introductory interview, mentioned that Tata Steel is the most anticipated tournament every year. It's historic, and it's not just a tournament. That's why everybody looks forward to it. It's not just a place where top GMs meet to play chess. It's also a festival, as you can see, that beautiful playing hall and the open tournament that allows normal, regular, amateur players to participate in the fun and to catch their own glimpse of their chess idols. It has an 85-year history, to be exact, as we have an overview there. And the conditions of the tournament are amazing. There's free parking. The town of Wijk aan Zee is so picturesque. It's just a classic Dutch little village, and there just isn't a better place to play chess, Yovi.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just the whole atmosphere of playing in a village or a beach resort where everyone is just thinking about chess. You go to the restaurant and you bump into world champion. And I mean, there's something so special as well. And also, it really makes my heart sing that after 2 years where there's been a pandemic, where we haven't really been allowed to kind of be in contact with other people, that everyone here, I mean, just look at it, it's just bustling with people loving chess, concentration, and I cannot state that enough. These are the kind of tournaments that just make chess wonderful, amazing. It connects us together. And this is what it's all about. It's all about like picking up those pieces and just touching and pushing wood.
Oh, that's very well said, Yovi. And I totally echo that sentiment. And I think in response to the idea that classical chess has no place and OTB chess has no place, well, I give you Tata Steel, but you're right. The atmosphere has to be right. You have to make it fun for players of all levels, in all ages, and the organizers of Tata Steel have succeeded in doing that year after year after year. It's entering its 85th year, and the excitement over the tournament and over the field has not diminished one bit. In fact, I think this is the most exciting playing field in both the Masters and the Challengers that we've had in probably the last decade. So what a treat it is to be commentating this 85th edition. Here we go. Back we are with our bird's eye view. We've got developments on a lot of the boards. Another exciting round. I mean, just like yesterday, we have such an eclectic assortment of different types of positions. We've got an end game in the World Champions game, and in Wesley's game, we've got super complicated middle games in Fabi's game and Report's game. I mean, whatever your heart desires, whatever you want to see, you've got a little bit of that and then some.
Yeah, definitely. Hang on, wait 1 second. I'm going to cough.
Go ahead. Take your time. Well, in the meantime, I am going to try to quickly summarize all of the positions as they currently stand before we choose an actual game to explore. Starting over on your top left, we have Wesley's game, which we just recently examined. We called it. Wesley plays h4 and keeps the tension. Vincent Keimer on camera nervously shuffling his leg. That's a classic chess player move. He is in an unpleasant position, and he's got a tall defensive task ahead of him. Over to the right, top right, you've got Ding Liren pushing a small advantage against Levon. Bottom left, you've got Anish Giri and Aronian. Guys, a game that just never seems to get any less sharp. There's just no clarity on the board, even though pieces are getting traded. His last move, Bishop G3, sets up the devastating threat of E6. It's very clear that Arjun is still very much on the defensive, Yovi. And speaking of on the defensive, Pragnananda, another tall task as he tries to hold this pawn down position.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough position for the young Indian. And the game that I would really love to revisit is one that we kind of thought was just game over. I mean, we had dismissed it. We was like, Fabi is just going to win almost in a few moves. You know, it's not going to take him that long just to put the boot in and just put Gukesh out of his misery. But somehow the young Indian player is still very much surviving, because it's not that easy now if I'm looking at it. You know, yes, Black King is open, but there's no harmony in the White's forces. I mean, there's no clear point to attack. And this does mean that the game will be going on for a longer time, and there is chances for Gukesh to hold on.
And I think the two, I think that was very well said. The two main chances, first of all, are Fabi's clock, which is down to 24 minutes. Gukesh really does want to get this into a time scramble. And the second is the queenside play that he's been able to whip up against the c4 pawn. I'm thinking of moves like b5. There's some tactical ideas like knight to d5 or knight to f5. So he needs to keep his pieces active. As for why this is more complicated than we thought it would be, I think the reason consists in Fabi's 19th move after rook f5. Let's rewind a little bit and see how we got here. We talked about the move queen back to a1, get the queen all the way back. Instead, he goes queen c3. And after knight e7, that queen actually is a lot more vulnerable on c3 than it would have been on a1. Maybe Fabi underappreciated the power of rook to h4. He ends up taking on c4 immediately, and clearly this is a worse version because he damages his queenside pawn structure. Now, the position is still winning, I'm positive, and I really like the move rook to h4, but Gukesh can keep on fighting, no doubt about it. Maybe with a move like e5, maybe he wants to tuck his king away on h8, but he still needs a miracle, Yovi, but he needs a slightly more minor miracle than he would have needed if Fabi played queen a1.
Yeah. And I also just kind of wanted to touch upon the psychology of things, because one thing that he can also feel hopeful about is the fact that Caruana might start feeling a little bit frustrated, because bearing in mind that everything was so easy beforehand. Now, yes, the position is still winning, but it's not as clear. I mean, Fabi has to kind of go back to the drawing board and find new ways to kind of just keep on maximizing the potential in his position. And I like your idea of just going e5 or king h8. Just keep surviving on a move-by-move basis and just play on the fact that Fabi, as the game draws longer and longer, he will be feeling something of frustration, that he hasn't finished the game already.
Very much so. And to piggyback off of that point on the subject of the psychology of defending lost positions, one of my favorite chess authors, the Scottish Grandmaster Jonathan Rosen, as e5 is indeed played on the board. That was the top move, blunting the queen. He talks about what he calls goalkeeper's glory. And this is the idea that a goalkeeper in soccer doesn't usually score any goals throughout his career. How does he keep himself motivated? Well, the idea is you motivate yourself by the thought that you're preventing the opponent from scoring goals. And he advises the defender in a chess game to adopt a similar mindset where you know that you're not going to be better in the next 50 moves. You know that unless your opponent blunders something, you're not going to win the game. But what you can take pride in is on every move making it as difficult as possible for your opponent to score a goal. You just keep reminding yourself that as frustrated as you might be at how bad the position is, if you can keep the evaluation steady, then your opponent is likely to be even more frustrated. I think Gukesh is doing just that. And I think his position ain't looking all that bad anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you say, we have to remind ourselves it's still lost. He's still a pawn down, still has a dreadful king, but it's not that easy for Fabi to find constructive ways. And the more that Gukesh clings on, does not blunder, and uses his time wisely, because they're now reaching that critical time where when time trouble starts to hit, then the margin for error starts to increase. So 26 moves, 26 minutes left. Still, the clock is ticking. People feel the pressure somewhat.
They most certainly do. Gukesh most certainly will. But Fabi, he's down 4 minutes. He's taking his time, and we will keep a close eye as he attempts to score a very important victory here as we reach the midway point of this marathon event. I mean, 13 rounds, Yobi. I've never played a 13-round tournament. The most I've played is 11 rounds. World Youth Chess Championships are typically 11 rounds, and the U.S. Championship, at least in the last few years, has been 11 rounds, and that feels like a marathon. I can't even imagine playing a 13-round event, honestly.
Yeah, 13 rounds. And I think this is Fabi's 13th appearance as well. So 13 is his lucky number. On the subject of whether I've played 13 rounds, yes, I have. I'm old enough to have done that in Olympiads. But I think there used to be 16 rounds in the Olympiad. And I didn't do that one. But I did play in that famous Alista Olympiad, where we started 3 days late because the tournament venue was not ready. And,
oh my gosh.
Yeah. That was 13 rounds.
Classic.
And the World
situation.
Juniors as well used to be 13 rounds. And that was kind of annoying because I remember I was leading the tournament at round 11. I was like, if only the tournament had finished, if only it had been normal like every other tournament on the planet. But no, round 13 came and I lost my last game and I finished with a bronze medal as opposed to my gold. Heartbreaking.
Well, given that this is Gukesh's first appearance at Wijk, this is likely to be his first 13-round event. And speaking of Olympiads, he played in the last Olympiad in his home country, starting with 8 out of 8. That is a performance that honestly is not talked about enough and that rivals, in a certain sense, Fabiano Caruana's historic start to the 2014 Sinkfield Cup, where I believe he started 7 out of 7. Now, he started 7 out of 7 against a slightly stronger field, but I think Gukesh played 6 or 7 Grandmasters out of the 8 games that he won. So a very bright future ahead of him. But just to tie off the point we were making about 13 rounds, it is a marathon. And I think the longer tournament is obviously good for players who have a very bad or are prone to slow starts and prone to fast finishes. And there are players like that. My good friend GM Sam Shankland is a great example. Former U.S. champion. He almost always starts off with a couple of draws. Sometimes he has a loss, but he's in excellent physical shape. And he almost invariably wins the last round and generally finishes very strong. So I think that's what Magnus Carlsen has to look for inspiration, as does Gukesh.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you mentioned Magnus Carlsen because I wondered whether we could take a whiz over to that game because I know it's just an end game, but I do feel that things are heating up because take a look at Black's king and take a look at what White has done with his pawns on the king side. Because I remember being taught as a youngster, or rather shown this particular pawn structure with the triangle, and my father would say to me, "This is the worst type of pawn structure there is. Well, Vinnick says so. Never put your pawns like that in that triangle formation." And I was like, yes, Dad. I will never do that. And I hope he's not watching, but I didn't really pay too much attention to many of the other things he was saying. But I did, that one did stick in my mind. And there you go. The Black King is making a dash for those weak pawns. And the reason I have to say that they're so bad is because they can be restrained by 2 pawns. This was the whole point. If 2 can restrain 3, then this is just simple maths. And it just means that you have an advantage on that side of the board.
Very well said. And Magnus Carlsen, he just always is going to find a way to make things complicated. It doesn't matter what the commentators say. It doesn't matter how drawish it is objectively. It's just never going to be as easy as just making a couple of moves and Magnus offers you a draw. I've only experienced this in Blitz, and that was already enough for me to see how insane the guy is at finding chances. It's uncanny. You think it's in the bag. There's no possible way, even if I give him 5 moves in a row, that he's going to create chances. And yet, he doesn't have 5 moves in a row, but he does manage to create chances. Let's try to assess whether White has actually messed up and whether Black's winning chances are realistic given accurate defense. Rook to c7 by Jordan, who's got 17 minutes, enough time to make 4 more moves. And how is Magnus going to respond to the threat of f7? Let me just clarify one more thing. This is a 3-result game. If Magnus overpresses, this is a dangerous pawn, even though it will be blockaded by the bishop. So are we going to see rook f8, or are we going to see the aggressive king to g3?
Yeah, I'm really not sure what's happening here because I can see even moves like, okay, and this one might surprise you or it might not. It might be totally bad or might be quite good. Bishop d5 was something that I was thinking about with the idea that if you do capture the pawn on f7, then the king naturally goes to g3. And if after bishop takes bishop, rook takes bishop, and then the whole point is once it advances, you get behind the passed pawn and you go pawn hunting, and that rook is multifunctional. And the big problem with that triangle formation is that once the king nabs the g2 pawn, they all drop off like flies.
They do, and the more concerning pawn is h3. Once that pawn drops off, black gets his first passed pawn and probably not his last passed pawn. So how can white try to hold on here? Well, one idea is to play rook to g7, king takes h3, and grovel with rook takes g5. But you can see the eval bar complaining after rook takes a7. It's lost. The white king is just too far away from the center of action. Black is just going to pick off the remaining pawn with rook f7 takes f3. And again, white's king isn't even close to where it needs to be for white to have realistic drawing chances. That means that, I suppose, in this position, white has to play some sort of alternate defensive move. Maybe you have to inch your king up all the way to b6. As slow as that looks, black is impeded by one important tactical feature, which is that you cannot move your king to the g file, because now rook g5 comes with check, deflecting black's rook, and then it's black who has to grovel for a draw. So maybe there's a way around this. Maybe black can play e5. Maybe even g4.
G4
deserves consideration. In fact, I think it's the best move. And here you get a total, just chaotic endgame.
What does Yasser call it? A John... Oh, I've forgotten it. He has an expression which I didn't know what it meant, and only Yasser uses it. John Dory or something like that? John
Dory. Is it a name?
Yeah, he uses a name, and I wasn't really quite sure. Anyway, it'll come to me, or I'll Google it. It just means like a real brawl. Anything can happen.
Brouhaha.
Brawl.
I don't know. I'm curious because I'll definitely steal it, but it'll come to you.
Yeah.
Let's go back to live board because we went pretty far there. But again, Yobi, I like bishop d5, and I think if he plays it, and by the way, you can also play king g3, rook takes f7, and then bishop d5, probably same position. We are almost guaranteed to get that exact endgame. And if Magnus finds g4 in that final position, man, oh man, are we in for a barn burner of an endgame.
It's just going to be... so much risk. It looks pretty harmless, and especially because the evaluation bar just sits there on 0.00, like draw. But in practical terms, the path is going to be rocky for both sides. Of course, white has, as a trump, this passed a pawn, and if you don't take good care there, you don't keep that one under lock and key, then it'll be white winning. But of course, the black king, very active, white king far away, and I do feel that the danger is more with Jordan. He has to find the correct path.
No question about it, and what's terrifying is just the amount of time on the world champion's clock. You talk about his endgame prowess in blitz and rapid games. When the guy has over an hour, and he will have over an hour when move 40 is made, he can basically calculate this out until the very end. So Jordan's immediate goal right now is to make sure he doesn't make any blunders, make move 40, and then force yourself to be as patient as you can be. Try to calculate this out until the very end and make sure that you don't give Magnus any unnecessary chances. So fascinating endgame, and this is going to reach an even more fascinating climax. We are going to keep you posted on the world champion's efforts to score what would be a very big comeback victory. Think about it. If he wins this game with black, he wins tomorrow with white, he'll be on +1. It sounds crazy, but that's how math works.
Yeah, that's he will be on +1, and there's no doubt about it. And I just took a peek at the computer's recommendation, and actually the recommendation is basically trade off bishops. So what we thought is going to happen is probably going to be on the board anytime now.
Indeed.
And wow.
Okay, back to our bird's eye view.
Up. Yeah, definitely. And who else can we take a look at? Are we going to see? Can I just quickly pop in? Are we going to see a repetition when it comes to Levon, Aronian, and Ding? Have they repeated moves? They have.
Ooh, interesting. You see that knight from f7 to d6 back to f7.
Yeah,
I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. The knight comes back, and if the rook comes back to e5, then we're gonna see a draw of our very first result.
Let's dig in and try to predict if we think Ding is gonna accede to the repetition. Now, the one counter argument is, of course, the time situation. 26 moves only have been played, and Levon down to 15 minutes. But we're not talking here. These players, they never make decisions only on the basis of the opponent's clock. Ding isn't going to do something foolish because he knows how good of a blitz player Levon is. Now, the big question, are there alternatives to rook e5? I guess there are, right? There's rook f4.
Yeah.
What do we make of that move?
It kind of feels weird because it attacks the queen, but at the same time, it kind of moves away from attacking the target on e6. So that once the queen moves, and I'm probably putting on g5, then that way she can swing over to b5 one fine day, or plant herself on d5. Yeah. So yeah, it kind of feels like you're just contorting yourself a little bit too much just to keep the game alive.
Maybe you can go here and go after the g7 pawn, which sounds crazy.
And the idea is if I go queen f6, I'm asking too much. I mean, will this be the red rag to the ball and you're going to spring into the position and attack me? Yes, you are.
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking. But what you bring up is the idea that the queen could move perhaps onto a safer square, b5. And what I missed is that after rook b4, black just snaps off the pawn on a5. And by the time white creates chances on the king side, rook f4, by the way, has been played. So there's our answer. And queen g5 and rook back to g4. Not back to g4. It came from e4. Oh, this position's on the board.
It is on the board.
What is Ding planning against queen b5?
Well, the universe is telling you, Dania, to buy a lottery ticket because you're predicting everything today.
All right, I'll be back. I'll be back in about an hour. Yogi, you'll handle the commentary, I trust.
and this quick question is, queen b5. I like that move. Attack the rook. Do everything with tempo.
Yeah, attack the rook. Pin the knight. Also very important because you take the sting out of knight f4. So after queen b5, I would imagine that Ding will just move back to a1, and then things really sharpen up. Black can plant the knight on f5. Totally 3-result game here. I mean, this could get very chaotic with the players posturing for position in the center. Queen b5 on the board. Levon playing quickly and confidently. I don't know if Ding's position inspires me with confidence, even though the eval bar is indicating a significant edge. Queen c2. That's what he had in his pocket. That's what he had in his pocket.
Oh, nice move. No going backwards for Ding. Instead, the whole idea is just to renew the threat of knight f4. And once that diagonal clears, then the queen is just putting herself on g6. And of course, there's a pawn up for grabs on the board. I did not spot that one. I was so busy looking on the diagonal that I did not see the most elementary thing.
That is standard fare for me in my OTB games. So just a position in which both sides' armies are simultaneously active and also like stuck in molasses, where you've got so many weaknesses to keep tabs on that you have to tread very lightly here. I am expecting knight to f5, then maybe white plays rook b4. So the position heating up, and this game has a very high probability of ending in some sort of a time scramble, as the players have over 10 moves to make and not a lot of time to do it. But there is another game which is likely to end in a time scramble, and that is Anish Giri's battle against Arjun Erigaisi. We flip on bird's eye view for a moment here. By the way, Magnus Carlsen, look at us. Bishop d5 on the board, and he's going to try to push that endgame. A trade in Nodirbek's endgame as well, which we also thought was a possibility.
Okay. Shall we go to Nodirbek's endgame? He's, after all, tournament leader. 4 points out of 5, which is an incredible score, having defeated Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces yesterday in round 5.
Sure. Let's take a quick look at that endgame, and then we'll look at the other leader. The second in command, Anish Giri, whose position also percolating. Well, I wonder what white is going to do here, because, I mean, really a case should be made for not recapturing the queen and playing h4 to improve the pawn structure. I'm kidding. He's going to take back on d3. And the real question is, does white have any realistic winning chances? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't seem to me that objectively we could talk about white being winning. This is, with 100% certainty, a draw objectively, but can White create practical chances? Where do you stand on that question?
I certainly think that White will be able to create practical chances, because my understanding is that even if the knights were to be traded, this 4 versus 3, although technically a draw, is still not without its dangers. So if that's the case, then if you throw in a set of knights on the board, then okay. Then White has chance to do things. Like, for instance, you can visualize a position where the white knight ends up on f6. I know this is a pipe dream for the time being. White establishes this beautiful pawn chain, pawns on f4, g4, g5. And yeah, Black will be in big trouble if this all happens. So Black can't just sit there and pass on every move. He has to also come up with some kind of plan himself. And it could be simply just sitting on the 7th row with his rook, or maybe just expanding a little bit on the king side with h5, just to kind of stop White from advancing any of his pawns.
I think h5 is worth tossing in just as a thoughtless move. Now, it's always important to establish who benefits in the event of both trades. If the knights are off, so pawn endgames are mostly going to be winning for White. Knight endgames are also not very pleasant for Black. The common wisdom goes that knight endgames are the most similar to pawn endgames. So I think the most desirable trade for Black is a trade of knights, which would reach a very well-known kind of 4-on-3 rook endgame. And we've seen even GMs lose the 4-on-3 with pawns on the same side of the board. If you're in time pressure, there's a lot of ways to whip up some play, and we've seen blunders galore. But I think Prague should be able to hold it, especially if he has the ideal pawn structure with the pawn diagonal from f7 to h5. So I agree with your approach. I think you play h5. You basically sit on the 7th rank. You don't do anything extraordinary. You watch for tactics, and you wait for an opportunity to trade the knights. Should be a draw,
yeah.
I think.
I think it should be a draw, and I fully expect Prague to draw. But it will not be the easiest path to a draw. I mean, he will have to work hard. And, well, that's okay. These are very talented kids. What was that?
Not so easy. It's draw, but okay. So, I don't know, maybe put the rook on c5.
One? It sounds very familiar, but I can't quite place.
Well, that's generic. That's a more generic, Soviet GM. Okay. But, well, I remember when I play this position, I already had 2 seconds after 5 moves. But I still managed to save the game. So I've got the generic Russian GM, and then the Grishuks of the world.
That's who it was. I was like, it sounds very much like Gelfand, but it wasn't quite Gelfand. And I was okay, Grishuk, yes. Because I know you do Kasparov. Kasparov is very good.
I'll roll that out, at an appropriate moment. G5 by Prague, which is also very sensible, by the way, because you're preventing White from playing f4, and you're squeezing the juice out of your knight placement. So he's going to play G5 and H6, and we're going to keep an eye on this game as Nodirbek tries to squeeze out another, what will be very, very difficult win. Well, he beat Magnus in an endgame yesterday. Can he go 2 for 2? Back we are in the bird's eye view. By the way, Jordan's game against Magnus is hurtling toward the position we were looking at with a6 on the board. But the game I really want to go to now is Anish Giri's bloodbath against Arjun Erigaisi. Shall we take a trip to Giriland?
Absolutely, yes. And what is happening here? I mean, it just looks terrible for Erigaisi. Things are not going his way. I mean, it's creaking at the seams. Look at all those open lines. I mean, first of all, there's a pawn up for grabs. And if the queen falls, I mean, I also really like moves like e6, unleashing the dragon there on g3. I've been itching to play e6 for quite a while now. And I'm not known for my patience, let's put it this way.
That makes 2 of us. No, I think e6 is a great move. And Black's defense is just strained to the limit. What is Arjun planning against e6 exactly? I think it might be rook to b2, but you see the eval bar creeping up. Queen takes c5 is not out of the question, but I actually don't like this move as much because after trade and c3, suddenly black gets a massive counterplay, right? c2 rook b1 comes really fast, and you can't take the knight. So what I like instead is the move queen to a5. Just squeeze the queen into a beautiful square right in black's grill, attacking the knight. Knight can't move. Rook probably has to move back to b4. Ugh, this is yucky.
Yeah,
and Wijk
now
can
the knight comes
continue.
in.
Yes. Or knight d4, by the way. Maybe even better is to play this move knight to d4 to control the b5 square.
Yep.
Takes. Hanging. This is over.
And that's not even the least of it. Oh.
Exactly. That's the tip of the iceberg. There's a mate thread on b8 also.
Yeah. Oh my goodness me. No, this is bad news. Okay.
Oh. Now, this is not the end of the story, because takes, black can take and say, oh, well, I've restored material balance. Bang.
E7.
Bang.
You're going to have a
Rook to e8 coming.
problem. Yeah, no. This is...
Cool line. That was a cool line. Now, can you resist e6? Because I can. I would not. Nothing would make me not go e6 there. It's just too tempting.
No, I mean, the lines that we've shown, or you've shown, are just incredible for white. So e6. What is black's best move? I mean, I don't think you can go rook b2. That would probably lose on the spot. So you have to do something else.
Like c3?
Anything. C3. Yeah, why not?
The problem...
You know, fast pawns. Got to be pushed.
Yeah, they do. But I can slide my queen into c2, and maybe Arjun wants some sort of defensive construction. I think the move rook b4 is involved in one way or another. So queen c2, rook b4, and e6 pawn suddenly starts feeling just a little bit uncomfortable. So maybe it's worth playing a more solid move like queen e2 to protect the pawn and also aim at a6. I mean, this has to be lost, but in the complications and in the time pressure, anything can happen. So I would take this evaluation with a grain of salt.
Yeah, absolutely. And this position is fire on the board, but somewhere else where things are shaping up in a very dramatic fashion is in the Fabiano Caruana game. Because if Fabi plays e4, then apparently the game will be just over. It'll be dead, done, and dusted.
Wow. Well, we know what that means. A lot of the other games have reached some clarity, but they are far from over. We need to get to Fabiano's game. King to f7 was the final move. And, okay, so e4, why does it end the game?
Not e4, actually. I've just checked it. So c5 is the killer move. C5 is the killer move. H6 is another move. E4 is also another move, yes.
But, okay, so let's pull up an analysis here. So c5, rook takes c5. What's the killer? Oh, and now h6.
H6.
He's played it immediately. So let's rewind for a second. H6 is on the board. Yep. Threatening rook g7. Gukesh is probably going to go knight g6.
He has to go knight g6. There's nothing for it.
Oh!
And now
well,
you go.
All, queen d7 wins the game.
Bishop f3 also wins the game.
As does c5 to deflect the rook off of a5. And then you go, well, basically just to show why queen d7 is so strong, because it might be counterintuitive to trade queens. The point is that because h7 is so weak, black has to swing back to g8. And c5 here is devastating. Rook takes c5. And the point of the move c5 is actually to play this mysterious rook move, rook to c4. You think about why does this work? Because after the trade, which is basically forced, king h8, rook a7, just look at this position. The knight is totally restricted. Black is down a pawn. He's about to lose another one, and the king is never getting out of h8. So this is the computer line, but even if Fabi does not find c5, the game is still over. I mean, there is no way that Gukesh holds this together.
There's no.
Is there?
I mean, it's just falling apart. You can't live without a pawn on h6, and just look at black's pieces. No. They're just clowns. They're not attacking forces at all. No, it's just dead in the water. Yeah, difficult to come up with a move. And I just love the move. Bishop f3 also looks really good. You know, threatening the bishop to d5. I mean, that looks quite irresistible. What else is
Yes.
there? Queen d7 looked brutal. c5 looked like an artist's move.
Well, 7 minutes though. He's got to make a decision. I mean, the last thing Fabi wants is to bring himself down to a minute because we know anything can happen in a time scramble, and that bears repeating. So I think Fabi's going to go Queen D7. I think given the time situation, a risk-free option that lends more clarity to the position is what he wants. But if he goes Queen D7, he really needs to find C5 after the trade because otherwise he's going to lose the A3 pawn. You don't want to give black counterplay in the form of a passed corner pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And how likely is he to find this? I mean, we're kind of just looking at the evaluation bar and kind of just judging on that, saying it's easy. But I mean, in a real kind of tournament scenario, you're the one facing Gukesh, you don't have access to the engine, you have no idea what it's saying. You kind of feel that it should be winning, but will there be any stress? I'm just taking a look at the times, and 6.5 minutes, 28 moves played.
Yeah. I mean, Fabi's a much improved blitz player, but you want to give yourself a little bit of cushion here. C5 is very easy to see conceptually because the queen and the king are aligned, and you want to put the bishop on this diagonal. What's hard about it is you see rook takes C5. You're like, well, darn, I can't go bishop C4. And then it's easy just to reject the line because the primary idea doesn't seem to work. But there's the secondary idea of C5, which is the C4 square isn't just good for the bishop. It's also good for the rook to get rid of black's only active piece. So C5, in a weird way, is actually a very positional idea. You're trading off your opponent's only active piece. In the endgame, I'd be down to 6 minutes now. Decision coming soon.
Yeah, and I was also wondering the scenario, like how fine is the path that he has to take? Because I'm just thinking if he just plays a normal move, like for instance, and prepares C5, like puts the queen on B4, and has the not so subtle threat of playing C5, lining up bishop C4. I mean, is that also going to be winning? Or, I mean, will questions be asked about the white rook on G4? So I'm thinking F5 could be in the air. That's the move that I would play if I were black.
Yeah, it is winning for sure. I think bishop F3, your move, is winning. But there, black drags the king over to E7. And somehow, like, the squares on the D file are going to be protected. Queen B4 can be met with the annoying move rook to C5, kind of shutting the door on the diagonal. So the one way you see even top players screwing up totally winning positions is when they burn all of their time trying to find a forced win. They realize toward the end that the forced win doesn't exist or there's something wrong with the line that they were calculating. And then impulsively, they make a mistake on the basis of nerves and emotions. And at that point, they have a minute on the clock for 10 moves. And anything can happen in that scenario. Fabi down to 4.5 minutes. We keep talking. He keeps thinking.
Well, he has to keep thinking because this is a critical moment because it's crunch time here. If he finds the correct solution, then he can just blitz out the next few moves and win the game.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think that it's advisable to burn some time on the clock, but not if you don't see anything. I mean, I think if you spot C5 and then you're trying to make it work, great.
Yeah.
I don't know, actually. I'm thinking that I'm being quite specific to the position. As a general rule, I would probably, I have this kind of phrase, in a Monopoly, you just want to bank it. And maybe I would be going Queen D7. Just put it in the bank. I don't care. Get that great position. I don't care if the computer doesn't approve and gives it +1, +2. There you kind of know that it's just 2 results. Things can't go wrong. He finds C5.
Fabiano is a beast.
Yeah.
My lands. What a move. C5 on the board. And that must mean he understood the underlying idea. He's not just hoping that Gukesh takes with the pawn or something. He understands that he will take with the rook. That is vintage Fabiano. You called it earlier, Yovi. He takes the time that it takes, whatever it takes, to calculate everything out like the machine that he is.
Absolutely. And such a beautiful move. I have to say, I have a special place in my heart for these types of moves. And I just love it when they just give up pawns in a square that it looks like it's impossible to advance to. And it's all to do with opening up the diagonal, opening up those lines. And rook takes c5 on the board. And then the question, queen d7, so quick.
Immediately, and he's going to execute the sequence at this point. It's basically decided. Rook takes, and at that point, you don't have to play rook c4 in response to king g8. But I think if you've seen c5, then it's very likely that he's also seen rook c4. Bishop to d3, by the way, is a very solid alternative, just going after the knight. So he's totally winning. Now, I hate to jump the gun here, but there's 2 more games that are going completely haywire, and I want to make sure we're keeping tabs on them. I think we can entrust the winning process to Fabiano here. He's done the hard work. Now he has the easy work left. So we're looking at our bird's eye view. The Wesley game is wild, and the Anish game is wild. And look at Magnus's position. This is exactly what we had in our analysis, and this is where we were discussing the move g5 to g4 in order to sacrifice the pawn and create some shelter for the king on the g file. Isn't that awesome?
That is awesome. I love that. And shall we head over to these wild games? Maybe we'll take a quick peek at Wesley against Vincent, because just looking at pawn structure, something looks a bit suspicious. I mean, wow. I mean, we thought that the pressure was all on Wesley. He was just making those right moves, and now I see a black pawn on a4, and I'm terrified that black is going to be able to create something magical there on the queen side.
Well, it appears that Wesley messed up. I don't think he's messed up to the point where he's losing. I just think this is going to be a draw. To rewind back to where he played h4, Vincent plays g6, forces the queen back, and queen back to c8. So he did find all of the right moves, perhaps not in the most accurate move order. He sacrifices the pawn. Everything is traded, and bishop takes h6 happens. But look at black's pawn majority on the queen side. He's got a 3 on 2. He's got the terrifying potential of creating a passed pawn that could decide the game instantly. Wesley tries to dry it up with b3, but that creates a hole on a3 that Vincent immediately occupies. c4 is met with a4 undermining the b3 pawn, and Wesley responds with the ultra-calm g3. Looks like absolute brazen nonsense after a takes b3, but the knight drops back to d2. And this, I think, is how Wesley is going to hold the draw. A, b, knight d2. Then white takes on b3 and simultaneously attacks the pawn on c5. So we are going to get something like a takes b3, knight to d2. Black can even play a move like f6 to get rid of the pawn. You were going to say?
Bishop e7?
Bishop e7, yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I like
neither
my pawns.
And like neither side can make progress. I mean, white could try to expand on the king side. But the problem is that Wesley can never really take on b3, because this gives black connected pass race. Here, black is actually winning. So we're going to get a standoff of this sort. And the question really is going to be, can white make something of his pawn majority on the king side? And can white keep the situation stable on the other side of the board? This has to be a draw. I have no doubt about it. And I think black's got enough time to make it.
Yeah, that's complicated ending there.
Awesome.
And it is, I mean, completely unexpected, unbalanced, and providing us a lot of entertainment. And can we just dash over to the Magnus against Jordan game? Because we kind of called it, but now they're actually in it. And
they are
exactly that position. And here we came to the conclusion that the very flashy move, G4, was a nice try to do something.
It's a nice try, and it might be really the only try because, okay, so there's 2 ways that black can prepare, actually 3 ways that black can prepare the move king G3. The first is to move the rook away from A5. And let's just illustrate to everybody so we're on the same page. Why does this not work? Because rook takes G5 is a classic deflection. White promotes. This still should be a draw, but obviously not the way that Magnus wants to make it. The first way is to move the rook away from a5 so that rook takes g5 doesn't deflect the rook. The second is our initial idea at g4. And the third is actually this move e5, which puts some distance between the two rooks. I like the look of e5, and it's actually hard to evaluate this resulting position. It should be a draw according to the engine, but man, I'd be terrified of going for this against Magnus.
Yeah, I do think that feels like a draw, primarily because the white king is very close to the black kings, and it is an H pawn, and those pawns are not that great, I have to say, when it comes to getting them promoted. One other thing that I was kind of considering was moving the rook away. That was something that I had in mind. Just move, and then after rook takes pawn, you capture. But
again, white can just take here and then inch the king closer.
Yeah.
And normally the technique for freeing your own king is to give a check and then go rook a2 to g2. But the problem is that this e6 pawn can be directly targeted, and black just isn't fast enough. I mean, king g3, you can go back to g5, or you can even take on e6. And there's always going to be this super nasty check to force the king in front of the pawn. And even without the f pawn at this point, this is a draw. With the f pawn, we're not even, discussing any winning chances. So Jordan, I think, is going to be very close to holding this game, but he's got to realize that it's okay to sacrifice the a pawn for the g pawn.
Yeah, and I think a player of Jordan's caliber will, of course, see that no problems. And then finally, we have to look at the g4 line that we were looking at. And g4, I guess, presumably, if you don't want to run the risk, you simply capture with the rook. And we have the same scenario as we did before. No need to go into any complications. g4 on the board. That's Magnus Carlsen playing the most artistic move.
Every chance is going to be squeezed out. And the good thing about g4 in comparison to the other two moves is this actually gives Jordan a choice. And you might say, well, aren't choices good? Not always, because even though, well, I guess move 40 has been made. So he's got 57 minutes to decide what he wants to take with. It appears that FG is also a draw, but I'm totally on the same page. If you see that rook g4 is a draw, you take with the rook, you move your king back. At that point, you basically sign the score sheets. There's just no way to make progress.
Yeah.
Takes. Oh, here, check. Here, here. But you're in time to go king f2. This is the detail he has to spot. Otherwise, black wins with king g2 and h3. So this is the key move.
Yeah, that's so neat. I mean, is it still so simple after rook h6? Doesn't make the finest impression. And I would certainly say that, yeah, okay, you got it in the bag. The king. Fun. If there was an I file, oh no. I managed to make it a loss for black. Oh dear.
No, it's still a draw. It's still a draw.
No, it's still a draw.
No. This is a hilarious repetition. Anyways, g4 is on the board, and Jordan presumably is going to spend at least 15-20 minutes pondering which way to take. If he takes with a pawn, the game is going to get super interesting again, and we will re-examine it. If he takes with the rook and moves his king back, essentially the result will have been decided. He is 2 moves away from holding the world champion to a pretty confident draw. Yovi, a result that Magnus would normally be okay with, but in this case is merely going to add to his frustration.
Yeah, and Jordan in the tank thinking. And let's have a look at some of the other wild games, because we had a few. We left Anish Giri in a rather crazy position, and we thought it was nearly all over for Erigaisi. And I'm just taking a look at the position now, and I'm thinking, no, there's still a lot of life left in the position. In fact, I wouldn't necessarily say that Anish is actually better.
No, I think Arjun is yet again, just like yesterday, in a situation where he's getting mated 7 ways to Sunday, finds a ridiculous sequence to hold the draw against Ding Liren. I think he's doing something very similar, and I think he's close to another miracle. And yes, I'm going to call this a miracle because his position was just, staggeringly difficult to defend. We have to rewind a little bit to where Giri played e6, as we predicted. Rook to b4 was the response. And here, knight to d4, centralizing the knight. Queen moves back. And a knight c2. And Arjun, I'm checking, he's playing only moves. He's playing the top engine move on every move. Bang, c3, counterattack the queen. Force the queen trade. But the rook gets to b2. Black has the monster pawn on c3. And just how do you evaluate this position? It's impossible. And here Giri makes a mistake.
Oh, okay.
Apparently.
So what is the mistake? Is the mistake to capture the knight?
Well, he plays the human move to create some luft.
Yeah.
But apparently, the best move was king to f1. And here's the difference. After rook c2, rook a4, bishop f2. Bishop takes f2 is not a check. And white has time for this intermezzo. Whoop! Rook f4. Intercepting the mechanism and forcing the rook trade. And essentially, the pawn on e6 should decide the game. You basically force black to give the bishop away for that pawn. Now, contrast. Compare this to the position currently on the board after rook c2, rook a4. Bishop takes f2 is now a check. And what's going to happen after bishop f2 is that white is forced to trade, enabling black to set up the piggies on the 7th. And I think Arjun will have enough counterplay here to secure the draw.
Yeah.
How did Giri miss that? So simple.
No, I have to say I completely forgot that it was a back rank mate. I somehow assumed that the H pawn had been moved. No. And it hadn't. It's unbelievable, actually. It feels like Aragaisi is living 9 lives. She's like a cat. And I just like what he's done, The rook g4, rook is going to go to e2. And let's not forget as well that black also has a passed pawn on c3, which is going to start making Anish nervous as well. So I do think that this position will bail out into a draw. And meanwhile, we do have a result, actually, in one of the games between Fabiano Caruana and Gukash. That ended in a victory for Fabi. And we saw him following the perfect sequence of moves. And just looking at the final position, we can see he's played it perfectly, like a maestro.
Just exquisite technique by Fabi. What a win. Honestly, just such a nice confidence booster. Let's quickly review the final couple of moves. And we can slow down a little bit. We can slow down just a little bit because most of the games have made move 40. Okay, queen d7 check. There was a trade. He took on a7 immediately, which is also good enough. Gukash tries to get active with his rook.
Yeah.
And then rook b4, takes b6, stick it on b7. Talk about piggies on the 7th.
Yeah. And incidentally, we also have another result. Richard Rapport and Param, that ended in a draw. Both players were in a fighting mood, but they had a fighting draw. And that is all good.
And we're capturing them on camera there. The final position, just a 3-on-3 with minor pieces on the board. I looked through the game during the break. This was balanced all the way through. This is a good old school, just balanced game between two super GMs, both of whom hate draws. But this is why chess works the way it is. Both players play well. A draw can be a fair result. And you shouldn't just look at the result and say, well, this must have been a boring game. It wasn't. It deserves to be analyzed. But it was balanced all the way through. We're 2 results in. It's funny how in chess, in these tournaments, you've got results occurring at the same time a lot of the time.
And I really love seeing the players analyze afterwards. And you kind of feel that bond of kinship. The 2 players have played something together. They've created a special game. And it was a very correct result for the 2 players. And Max Sudlu, he will be on 50%, and Richard Rapport, after his first round loss to Gukash, he is still -1 on the scoreboard.
Indeed he is. Well, we've got 2 results, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got so many more fascinating games ongoing. Let's swing back to the bird's eye view. One game that hasn't changed like in a while is that Ding Aronian game. So they're still basically keeping the same type of structure, but a couple of games have changed a lot. I mean, Prague, I think, is still handsomely holding the draw against Abdusattorov. I'm going to guess that game doesn't last too much longer. Jordan has taken with the pawn. He has not taken with the rook. He's done the more risky move Oh my God, that is going to be just an epic finale to that game. And Giri actually has stepped away with his king. He has not taken the bishop on f2. He doesn't want to permit black to get rooks on the 7th rank. And rook to d2 by Arjun. And that game is getting crazy.
We definitely have to go to where the madness is, because I mean, just look at this position. You know, you got pass pawn on e6,
God.
pass pawn on c3, both kings open to the elements. It's just mad.
Draw.
And it's a draw.
It's a draw. It's going to liquidate. So it's important, I think, to just isolate the factors here. First of all, the rook on d5 is hanging. What else is hanging? Well, the bishop on f2 is defended. The bishop on g3 is defended. a6 is also hanging with check, but that's not important because there's always just king b7. So the move which throws even more oil onto the fire, as we bring up an analysis board, is e7. But black responds very calmly. Get rid of the bishop and slide the rook simply over to e8. And that's why you put the rook on d2, so that there's no rook d8 check in this position. And I think white's got nothing better than to basically trade rooks and go takes here, 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 and it's time to sign the score sheets. Even though white's king is nominally closer, it doesn't matter. That's not going to be enough to produce any chances.
Yeah.
Wow.
I agree. But what a finale, though. It's such a head rush of a game. I mean, it's been a real roller coaster. But okay, I mean, is there anything else? e7. I love that move. And I also wanted to point out one thing, that after e7, rook e8, I mean, you kind of touched upon it, after rook takes a6, I think that would be a big mistake, because you go king b7. And then the thing I wanted to mention, that after rook takes rook, you do have bishop takes bishop, and you don't actually have to capture.
Yeah, you mean instead of rook takes a6, like if you here take on b2.
Because there's all sorts of checks captures. Yeah, bishop takes bishop first, and yeah, you have so many things actually.
But here, actually, white has the check on d8. So I think to your point, it's important to not procrastinate. Take on g3 immediately, because rook e8, rook d8 actually forces black to give away the bishop, and black is unable to promote. White stops the pawn from behind, and here white should be winning.
Yeah.
So one more trap that Giri can spring with the move e7. I also don't think he's got an alternative to e7. I think otherwise he risks losing the game. So he's thinking, but I think largely right now he's convincing himself that he squandered an opportunity. But I would argue that this game, if it ends the way we think it will, is going to be less about Giri frittering away a big advantage and more about Arjun putting together yet another stunning defensive display. Time pressure, wildly miserable position, weak king. He doesn't care. The guy just weathers whatever his incredibly strong opponents throw at him, and he does it with style and with grace. And he's just so hard to bring down. It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. He's so resourceful, and he's willing to use the dynamism of his pieces and his natural talent and flair for that style just to save all of those lost points. And I have to say, I've been very impressed. And you called it e7 on the board, bishop takes bishop, Arjun precise until the very end, and the players are following that route. And we're probably going to see rook takes rook. And Giri. I mean, is there any chance to kind of squeeze anything from that very level endgame? I mean, I could just see a scenario where the white king kind of snakes its way to g6. And then
I don't think so. I feel like black's king is, well, the thing is, you know, black's king is pretty close itself. King b7, black's king is going to be on the c file before you know it. And black can actually use the rook trade as a bridge to advance the king to the d file. I think a draw is forthcoming after Arjun takes on e7 and Giri takes on d2. There we go. And so what I'm talking about here is king c6 and then rook to d7. And black makes it to f8 just in time if you get a pawn endgame. So this is going to be a draw in just a moment here.
Did Giri just offer Erigaisi a draw? Because Erigaisi in his time has actually left the board. And
He has.
He's gone to ask
And
the arbiter, please,
Giri.
sir, can I take a draw? No,
Yeah,
obviously
can
that's
you
not
allow
his
us
voice.
to end this game?
No. I feel like I could have come across as mocking. I was not mocking. I was just
No,
it's just
no.
funny. It was just funny when you have to ask the arbiter for permission. It's sometimes it gets a bit ridiculous.
It really, I mean, and again, this is about the spirit of the law, letter of the law kind of thing. The point of all this is to prevent short, uninteresting games. This game is the opposite of what some of these quick draws look like. Both players putting everything on the line. You got to let them agree to a draw here. There's no point in playing this end game out. And I think as the players look for an arbiter and request permission to end this game in a peaceful manner, we should probably swing to Magnus's game, because that game is heating up at breakneck pace.
Wow, definitely. Let's go there as quick as we can. And to me, it looks wild, but I do feel that this ultimately will be a draw. It will be a massive pawn race, but it will probably finish king versus king. So rook a1. Okay, the rook has to move. It's under attack, and naturally you want the maximum checking distance. So put it far away from the white king.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'm just looking at the camera, looking at Magnus there.
Yeah.
He looks like he knows this is not going to end the way he wants to. Look at him now. Now he's kind of showing a little bit more kind of like, no, come on, Magnus. Every single chance.
Fuck her up, Buttercup.
Yeah, exactly. Let's get going.
One more push. Snap 2. But so here's my question. After rook a1, which I think is likely. Now, if Magnus wants to draw, he can take a7 and then take g4, and that ends the game immediately. But let's say he goes rook a1. White goes king b5. No, but this is just a draw. h3, king b6. White's in time. White's in time to defend the pawn with the king. Otherwise, Black would have been able to take on a7. And at this point, the g-pawn is going to advance forward. So Black actually has no choice but to start repeating moves. Rook b1, rook a1, and we know the drill.
Yeah.
I think this is how the game is going to end. Either this or Magnus is going to take on a7, but I don't think he's going to take longer than like 5-10 minutes, because as wild as this position looks, and I was hoping for something more exciting, this just liquidates very cleanly into a draw.
Yeah. And what about if he doesn't actually go up the board with his king? So we've seen that fizzled out to a draw. What happens if Jordan decides to actually push the g-pawn and say, hey, you've given me something that I can push, consequences. And immediately I saw the evaluation bar shot all the way down. So this is not a good idea by Jordan, but this is good to establish. And now rook. Yep. And now you can take the pawn.
It's not the end of the story. I've got g7. Oh my God. There's a beautiful idea here. And I think it's the only move. So 2 things. h1 queen saying, let me distract the rook, is bad for many reasons. You can't even take on g7, but more importantly, White can promote with check. But you can play rook a8. And it looks like White holds with rook h8. But rook to g8 is the only winning move. What a resource. I don't know. That this move produces such a strong aesthetic effect. And it wins.
It wins, and it's beautiful. So there is a way that Jordan can go wrong. He has to actually step forward with his king to support the a pawn. And Magnus, it looks like he's frustrated. Could he just simply be in calculation mode? I mean, it looks like he's thinking, like, come on, brain, work your magic. Or do you think he's just simply seen every single thing?
Yeah, I mean, he knows already at this point the evaluation. He knows it's a dead draw. I honestly think he's just sort of examining the situation in the tournament. I mean, this wouldn't be in his nightmare. The fact that he's -1 after 6th round, it's the sort of general annoyance that comes from having a tournament like this. And largely, I think practically he's deciding between rook a1 and rook takes a7. He knows both options lead to a draw. He knows there's no way Jordan will play g5, even if Jordan, didn't see rook a8 to g8 and that at the end of that line. why risk it, right? If you're calculating king b5, king b6, that is such a forced draw that there's just nothing to calculate there. So I think Magnus is just coming to terms with the reality of the situation.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. And only really one try, and that's to move the rook down to a1. Just make a move, and Magnus shaking his head. Should we stick with this game? Because there is another game where the action is brewing up quite nicely. I mean, they're in some kind of time trouble, and that's between Ding Liren and Levon Aronian. Shall we head there?
Yeah, I think we should, because I think as we look at the bird's eye view, I'll just point out two things. First of all, Vincent Keimer has he's seriously messed up and now stands in a very alarming spot against Wesley. So I actually think Wesley now has serious winning chances. But I agree. I'd like to go to the Ding game because the nature of the position hasn't changed in a while, but the time has dwindled for both players, and we should definitely update that important game. So off we go to Ding Aronian. 2 minutes to 1 minute for 4 entire moves. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like the game hasn't actually changed that much. I mean, we've kind of been here before, but still, it's very, very tense. And Ding has just under 2.5 minutes, whilst Levon has just over 1.5 minutes for 4 moves. I mean, it's not serious time trouble, but still there is room for error. And Ding playing the most accurate move, moving his queen up, stepping forward, over protecting the d4 pawn.
Yep. Queen c3.
Yeah, queen c3. Do you know what? I can predict the next kind of moves, grandmaster moves. It'll be like g3. When you're in time trouble, I heard that the big golden rule is just don't make any committal moves. So keep everything protected, keep your king safe. And then after the critical move 40, then you can go there and actually lash out or plan out what you're going to do.
Yeah, don't make it worse. That's the goal. 1 minute for Aronian. It's interesting. Ding declines several repetitions in this late middle game. I can just read off Aronian's last moves, and they were starting from move 31. This is move 37. Queen f5, queen g6, queen f5, queen g6, queen g5, queen b5, and finally he's moved a different piece, knight d6 to f5 on the last move. Here, I like the look of rook to d5, kind of a similar move in spirit, and he's just played it. He's played it, and he establishes the rook in the center, and guess what? I don't think Aronian is worse. I think Ding might have been well advised to take one of those repetitions, because if he's not careful, Aronian's made some serious improvements to his position in the last couple moves.
Yeah, I do agree with you, but it's also very difficult to see how Levon can continue with his improvements. I don't really see the breakthrough that's going to be happening. I mean, if White just stands still and just makes a random move like g3, I just like that. Oh, h5. No, not that one, because that pawn on ah5, it's breaking the time trouble rules. You've got to keep everything protected. And that one is not a pawn to easily protect, basically. Because if the queen goes back to e8, what are you going to do?
Yeah. The queen goes back to e8. You might have to go g4. Well, I think the pawn is a double-edged sword, because if you can go g4 and then stick a knight on g6, that creates the potential for the classic sort of Arabian-like mate on h8. So I think in Aronian's time pressure, with 1, 2, 3 more moves to make until time control, Ding is actually using that to his advantage here and trying to stir the pot right before move 40.
Yeah, definitely. But it carries risk for both players, actually, because if rook d7 played, so Levon is following the rules, he's kind of not committing anything. But then, the rook on d7 is just asking White to plant the knight on e5.
And perhaps Ding should start with a move g4, get the knight off of f5 to open the f-file. And you're absolutely right. I think Levon might have underestimated the power of the knight maneuver to g6. This could get really unpleasant at the most inopportune moment for Levon.
Yeah. Absolutely. And taking a look at the time, and here comes G4 on the board. You gotta step forward with the knight. I mean, if you signal the retreat, it just feels clumsy, like knight d6, and you just losing connection. It looks horrible. And knight e7 again looks terrible, because the ideas that you kind of reference of putting a knight on no, you don't want to be doing that. Just go forth. A knight on h4.
Knight h4.
It's gonna
10 seconds.
Annoy white. Oh, he goes backwards.
He does go back to e7, but it makes sense to me, actually. Because you're defending the g6 square, and I think that is your top priority right now. As unpleasant as it is to consign your knight to this passive existence, you have to keep g6 under lock and key. And we're going to see knight e5 by Ding, I think.
Yeah.
Or are we? Because knight e5, there's a sack on e5, followed by rook d1 and queen f1, and that could actually be incredibly dangerous for white. So maybe it's not worth for Ding to play knight e5.
No, I mean, g4 has certainly come with some risk. And so has he played rook f4?
Well,
nice idea.
Maybe rook to e4 makes some sense, targeting the e6 pawn, our old friend.
Or
that was the original idea of Ding's play.
Or maybe queen e1 is also in the air. Step back with the queen and get her in the middle of the action.
Indeed. Knight c5. Knight to c5 is the time control move for Ding. Oh my gosh. Can I tell you something crazy? Levon has 30 seconds to find the move e5, which is actually the only way to keep the balance. So Ding, and he found it.
Oh, it's unbelievable. These players are such stars.
They're so good.
I know.
So good. It's crazy.
Most of us would probably have reacted by just moving the rook one square forward, but not Levon. He allows white to capture the rook. And okay, so now, I mean, this is crunch time for Ding. They've made the critical move 40. So Ding has all the time in the world, 50 minutes, to think about what he can do. And option one is capture the rook. The other option is just to move the rook, maybe to e4, but that feels no, because after all, you can meet that with pawn takes pawn, attacking the queen. So there's nothing for it. He has to capture that rook. He has to allow black to take back the rook on f4 with a pawn.
Yeah, I think he missed e5. I don't think he saw this move and was hoping that Levon wouldn't find it. I think he just missed it. And we are very likely to see a trade of rooks. The knight's going to move back either to e5 or to c5. Notice that if it moves back to e5, black can push his c-pawn forward to c5. And I also think that there's a pretty likely outcome of this game, which is some sort of liquidation where black trades the c-pawn for the d-pawn. And the overall pawn structure remains relatively symmetrical. So the eval bar claims total equality. I think that's a fair assessment. But since move 40 has been played, the players will settle down into a deep think. And we will settle down into a break. But before we do, there's a very exciting event. Mark your calendars for Bullet Brawl Arenas, which are coming back to your screens starting January 28th, 1 week from now. Titled players will compete in a 2-hour arena with $2,500 on the line. Watch as your favorite streamers battle it out in monthly Bullet Brawl Arenas starting this coming, well, not tomorrow, but the Saturday after next, Saturday, January 28th. Use !Brawl, BRAWL, in the chat for all the details. All right, folks. Well, the details of round 6 of Tata Steel is that a couple of games have finished, but a lot of games are still ongoing, and we don't have any certainty in most of them, so you will not want to miss the action as the games enter their 4th hour. Okay, folks, as we look at that beautiful playing hall, we will be back with more round 6 Tata Steel action in just a couple of minutes.
When I say chess, what's the first word that comes to your mind?
The musical and, of course, the board game.
Fantastic. Okay, is chess a sport?
Absolutely. Very competitive, known worldwide. Battle of wits to the highest degree, I imagine.
This is the best interview I've ever given. Howdy, sir. Good. How you doing? I'm doing great. Are you an important phone call?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Hey, that's not the first time I've had people hang up for me. Thank you.
You're a good
Look at that.
guy.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Are you kidding me?
Is chess a sport?
Intellectually, yes.
Okay.
Kind of like the same type of sport physically that NASCAR is.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I've actually never heard that comparison as a guy who's been in chess my whole life. That's a great comparison. Hi, sir. Do you play chess?
Sorry, no, I speak French.
Oh, speak French. Okay. En passant. Hey, that guy was walking en passant. Chess.
Chess?
Chess, like the game.
Chess? I can beat you in chess.
If you beat me, I'll give you $10.
10.
10.
If you beat me, I bet.
Okay, I love it. Okay, I'm gonna move my pawn out.
You know what you're doing.
I do know what I'm doing.
I don't know what I'm doing.
It's all right. It's all right. I don't know what I'm doing in life. Okay. All right, bro. That's checkmate.
Aw, fool's mate.
Fool's mate, bro.
I lost.
You
Unbelievable.
lost. You got 30 seconds for me? Quick interview? Come on, you look like a chess player. You play chess?
Don't play chess.
Okay. When I say chess, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Winning.
Of these three things, one of them is real. Chess dancing, chess climbing, chess boxing.
Chess climbing?
Chess climbing.
Chess dancing. Climbing?
Chess climbing. Chess boxing.
Chess boxing?
Chess boxing.
You nailed it. Okay.
Am I right for real?
You nailed it. Seriously, yeah. Of the two of us, one of us is a world chess boxing champion. Which one do you think it is?
Him, with him.
The guy with the camera?
Yeah.
I'd like to say you, but I'm going to go with Mr. Man over the back.
Okay. He's a
not
world.
gonna box me, is
no,
he?
he's not. I mean, he does get. He tried to hit another guy earlier.
Let's go.
So.
He looks.
Oh my God. She didn't even hesitate. From now on, will you stop making me do things in New York and Toronto where it's cold? Can we do every On the Street episode from here from now on? My Lord.
Well, it's a frisky 2-degree day in the seaside resort town of Wijk aan Zee here in round 6 of Tata Steel, but the temperature on the board could not be higher, and we see Magnus Carlsen there, the world champion. He's been scuffling. He's on 2 out of 5, and he tried to defeat Jordan van Voorst with the black pieces. He unbalanced the game successfully, but the Dutch Grandmaster held his own, and we are about to get a peaceful result in this game. Magnus has initiated a repetition to move Ziovi, rook b1 check, kind of like we thought. King c6, and the rook will come back to a1. King will come back to b7, and on we go on the merry-go-round. We're about to get a draw.
Yeah, we are. And king goes to c7. The rook will just keep on checking the king for as long as it can. And there you go. The players will probably be playing these moves quite quickly from now on, but no, Jordan is taking his time. He's considering every possibility. It would be funny,
Not
right?
totally
We'd be kind of
sure.
we've been kind of joking a little bit that it's Magnus. Well, not joking. We've been kind of assuming that Magnus is the one playing for the win. I do wonder whether Jordan is actually going to put his king on d6 and say, no draw for you
Back to
today.
d7. But okay.
King back to c7.
King d6. King d6 probably was losing to rook a1. But it's always worth double checking with as much time as they get on move 40, which is 50 minutes to be exact. You've got enough time to triple check. Jordan kind of looking over at the arbiter, saying, all right, come over here. We need to claim the draw. We've got a draw to make. Magnus Carlsen, Jovi, is going to stay on -1 through 6 rounds. He does not succeed in pulling out one of his vintage endgame wins, and I think all credit should be yielded to Jordan van Voorst. He held his own, he held his composure, and particularly I'm impressed with how he handled the final stage of this endgame after Magnus played bishop d5. That rook endgame was not easy to navigate, and he did so with confidence and with verve, and Magnus never really had a real shot at winning the game.
No, he played with great accuracy, and I also kind of want to highlight the moment where he played b4. I mean, it was a move that took me by surprise, but once it was on the board, it made perfect sense. It was a simplifying move. It made his position easy, and like you kind of said, he's handled the last stages of the game with 100% accuracy, just complete perfection there.
It is not easy to play a move like that against Magnus Carlsen. We talk about the Magnus effect so often, the subconscious desire to play it safe, to not take risks if you're his opponent. But Jordan, he's worked for Magnus. He knows him very well, and he just strikes me as someone who believes in his own skill. Jordan has won Tata Steel, and as we see them analyzing the game, we talked about this yesterday. I love this particular site, just the sight of the players sharing critical moments after the game and being friendly to each other. This is what professional chess is all about. Brutal competition during the game, but professionalism and just warmth after the game.
Yeah. I have this kind of philosophy. Chess is chess, life is life. And as soon as the clock stops, I mean, you just have to go back to normal. You have to go back and just shift that warrior mindset and draw. And I think we're going to also see a draw between Anish Giri and Arjun Eragaisi, who just really played stupendously to hold quite extremely difficult position. I mean, we saw the Indian teenager just pull out all the stops and find some amazing defensive moves. And he did it. He achieved the impossible. And the final position, complete dead draw, and the players just discussing how they could have improved, sharing their thoughts on perhaps maybe even some winning attempts for Anish.
I mean, Arjun just showing the entire arsenal of skills. He's drawn all 6 of his games, but this really could not have been a more impressive start for the Indian youngster. Wesley So, he's also drawn all of his games, although that might change today. And yet the arc of their tournaments and the type of games they've played has been different. Arjun just surviving some incredible preparation by Anish Giri, who is going to regret the preparation not leading to a victory, but that doesn't mean it was wasted. You know, you still got to do what you got to do, and good preparation doesn't always guarantee a win, especially against a beast like Arjun, who is in such good tactical form this tournament. He managed to avoid blundering. He managed to time very well. And even when he did get into time pressure, he found a way to force the queen trade and used his only passed pawn on c3 to generate just enough counterplay to hold the draw in the rook endgame. What a result. And that leaves us with only 3 more games, one of which I think is about to finish as well.
Okay. And one thing I saw in the camera is that Param is still in the playing venue. You know, he loves chess so much that he just wants to be there and wants to be looking at everyone else's games. And we also see Max Vermedam, one of the competitors, in the challengers section, pacing up and down.
Well, of the 3 games that we have remaining, Wesley So is going to win his game against Vincent Keimer, who messed up for the 2nd day in a row, a position in which we thought he's a hair's breadth away from holding the draw. We will break that down for you at some point. Just want to recap the other 2 positions. To the right of that, we've got a very sharp position, the only game in which the queens are still on the board. Ding Liren allowing Levon to trade a pair of rooks with e5, and it appears now that the worst is behind Levon. I think that game is also going to end in a draw. The players will probably find some way to repeat moves, but that's definitely worth looking at. And Pragnananda, another superb defensive effort, as his piece activity, I think, is more than enough to hold the draw. Which game shall we look at first? I think the Prague game is likely to end in the next 2 or 3 minutes, so shall we perhaps take one more look at that end game?
Definitely. Let's go there. And then afterwards, I definitely want to hit Ding Liren against Levon Aronian, because that one looks very exciting.
Well, off we go very briefly to the Abdusattorov game. And as my intuition was screaming, this, I think, is just a dead draw. And the reason why, it may seem like White has a nasty check on f5 here, and White is still up a pawn. But in the event of knight f5, Black just inches the king up to g6. And the big issue is that g4 would give you some chances, if not, for rook takes h3, rook d6, and simply knight back to e6. Black's construction is watertight. There are no mating threats. Jove, am I missing anything?
No, I mean, that looks absolutely safe and sound there. You know, the knight is secured by the pawn on f7. Every piece is nearly protecting each other. I mean, it's good going. And of course, you know, I love this construction of the rook on the 3rd rank, cutting off the white king. And there is an immediate threat on the board of the knight coming to e4, as you pointed out. So I don't think that can be allowed. So what happens if White stops it? So we looked at lines where White went aggressively and sacrificed the pawn. And
well, the problem is this. Another fork. Now this is over. This is a draw.
Then it's over. Just a draw.
Yeah. Nothing to look at here. I think we can very safely entrust the final couple of moves to Prague. It's just a question of when. I mean, Nodirbek is thinking, but there isn't much left to think about it. I think it's just a matter of finding the best way to force repetition or to force a draw. But the result is not in question. We will bring you this result when it comes up. But for the time being, we definitely should go straight to Ding Liren's slugfest against Levon Aronian. Basically, we have 2 games left. This one is about to end, and Wesley's trying to squeeze out a win. Is Levon Aronian trying to take over the initiative? That's the big question.
It certainly looks that way. I mean, let's not disregard the black queen sitting there on e2. I mean, that is a fearsome piece. I mean, first of all, I'm thinking, is there an immediate threat of actually Black capturing that knight on e5 and then snatching off the pawn on g4? And if that's a threat, then I would do something about it. Or maybe I can't do something about it.
Yeah, I don't think... Well, I guess there's queen c4, but Black can just respond to the check on e1. That knight on e7 is a very powerful defensive piece. It's guarding the rook. Now, one way I think the game could end quickly is in the event of queen takes pawn on c7. Now, Black does have rook takes e5, but Black also has check and then check on e4. And if White declines the repetition with knight to f3, well, I just have a hard time believing that Black can possibly be worse with this knight permanently tied down and pinned. I mean, even a move like knight c6 should be enough to hold the draw here for Black.
Ooh. I was also thinking of rook g5 when you mentioned.
Ooh, hello.
Yeah, exactly. I am not one to mince my words, you know. And then after that, knight f5. Yay!
Oh, woo! I love situations when both of these pieces are hanging, but both survive on account of pins. Just a very aesthetically pleasing position. That's a lovely tactical vision. Can White hold in this position? I don't see it.
I don't. Probably there is something there. Probably there's some queen.
Some way to meander the queen around and hold.
Yeah.
But this is not worth it. I mean, Ding is not going to
No.
do this. He's going to go king g1. And my prediction, my strong feeling is that we are going to get a repetition of this sort. Maybe not queen takes c7, but I think the game is going to end with a sequence of queen e1, queen e4 check.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would not take the risk knight f3. I mean, Ding has rejected all the draw possibilities. Here, I think his king is so unsafe that he has to just accept the inevitable. And what happens if you go queen c1 to stop the queen getting into e1? I wanted to kind of look at what happens if White allows rook takes knight.
I think it's still a draw. I think everything here is some sort of a perpetual because, well, obviously the king should make a mad dash for the center of the board. But see, the problem is that black doesn't even have to make the perpetual. Black is an exchange, a pawn for the exchange. So White's not even up material should the queen capture on h5 with check. Then White will be the one down material because e5 will also fall. No, this is out of the question, I think, for White. Only black can win this.
Okay, then
That was a good call. Rook e5 is really a threat.
It is a good okay, it's a threat. And well, I think I probably would play queen takes pawn if I were Ding. Just force a situation and force Levon to take a draw. But Levon and Ding both have plenty of time and plenty of possibilities to consider. And so this one is very sharp. Should we head over to Wesley's game? Because
Let's go over to
they looked
Wesley's
like
game.
it was going to be a draw, and then we kind of saw that things had gone terribly wrong for Vincent.
They did, and Vincent he's just off. And he's playing very well in stretches, but then in critical moments and time pressure, he's getting nervous. He handled the middle game pressure extremely well, but let's rewind about 10 moves to move 33 or so. We left the position here. We were discussing a move like f6, and we thought that Vincent should be able to hold. Instead, he tries to play very concretely. He goes knight to b1, inviting Wesley to take, and pushes his pawn down to b3. But Wesley just brings his king up and says, boy, where are you going? Because I can go knight d2 the moment you move your knight back from b1.
Yeah.
Wesley just fianchettos his bishop. What did Vincent just do? This is
heartbreaking
and
stuff.
now knight d2 anyway. And knight takes b3. This might be what Vincent missed. The bishop is counterattacked. Oh man.
This is so painful for Vincent. You know, twice he's been so close to rescuing a draw from bad positions, and close but no cigar.
Look at how Wesley handles his minor pieces. He says, okay, you're going to take my c4 pawn, but not before you give away your main defender, the bishop, leaving yourself with a lame knight that will not be able to stop White from creating multiple passed pawns on the king side. I think this is completely winning. But Wesley still has to demonstrate a little bit of precision. I would start with the move king e4 and then just f4, g4, h5, 1-0. I think it's really as simple as that.
I mean, you just have to follow the guiding principle of outside pass pawns. You know, just
got a
create an
result.
outside pass pawn, and we do have a result. I just saw that the game between Nodirbek and Pragnananda has ended in a draw. And the game did continue, as you said, Nodirbek choosing to repeat the position by giving checks to the black king. And another game that I suspect will also end very shortly is the game between Ding Liren and Levon Aronian, because Ding did, in fact, capture that pawn on c7. And
yes, it's about to end. We should definitely go to that game.
It is going to finish soon. And Ding has put his king on h2 after the check. And of course, Levon, well, he has a very fine queen sitting there on e2, threatening to capture the f2 pawn. So nothing for it. You have to protect the f2 pawn, move the king across.
Yeah, you literally have, there's just nothing else you can do. You can give a check on b8, but that actually loses the game to king h7. Levon's bored. He knows this game is decided. You can play queen takes e7 and allow a draw by perpetual that way, just as long as you don't go up to h3 for reasons I'm going to let the audience figure out. So it's really a choice of how you want the position to repeat itself. But I don't think Ding is going to take a long time here. There's nothing left to calculate.
No, there really isn't. And there we see Ding sitting by himself. And I'm suspecting king g2, king g1. Take the knight. Anything's possible. But why does queen b8 lose? I mean, if Ding were really trying so hard, king h7, and then he goes king g2. Why would it lose? Can we enlighten everyone?
For sure. So I think the reason is because it relinquishes the attack on the knight, and it allows the knight to roam about the cabin. Maybe it doesn't lose. Maybe this is still a draw. I was under the impression that knight c6 here is an incredibly nasty move, because if you can deflect the knight, then you win with queen takes g4 and rook h5, rook h1. I suppose that White has a move here that holds things together. It's probably, it's queen c8. Oh, this is hilarious. And queen f5 somehow holds the draw.
Okay.
I mean, by miracle. By miracle. So if Ding has a masochistic streak, then this is what he's going to do. If he doesn't, then he should take the draw within a minute.
Okay. Oh, no, you don't want to do that. You don't want to walk that tightrope. You need to just play it safe. Don't be easy on our nerves.
This actually has the potential to be the shortest round of Tata Steel thus far. It really depends on how quickly Keimer accepts the inevitable. And there we go. King g2 at this point. Ding has accepted the inevitable. And another peaceful result. And another great game. I mean, this was a rich positional affair with both players playing very ambitiously. Ding declining repetition multiple times. And he did everything he could. But Levon has been in great form this tournament. He's been so sharp as we see the handshake. And the peaceful result is signed.
Yeah. I have to say, I can't fault the players. I mean, it was a real struggle, a real fighting draw. I mean, both sides just handled the complications perfectly. I really can't pinpoint any moment where either side had a decisive advantage. I just think it was very, very well played. And when both sides are playing exceptionally well, the result is nearly always going to be a draw.
Yeah.
Always going to be a draw, actually.
Most of the time, especially when you've got players as solid as these.
Yeah. And there you see the players analyzing, sharing their brief thoughts, and quick signing of the score sheets. And they are off to enjoy. If I can say, is the playing hall very close to the hotel lodgings?
I think it's, as far as I remember, if they're still staying at the Hotel Zido Inn, which is the nice hotel, the only like really nice hotel in town. It's about a 10-15 minute walk, but it's so windy, it's cold, and that walk, it just, you have to layer up, because Wijk on Zee is even colder than Amsterdam, because it's obviously a seaside town.
Mm-hmm. Is it one of those walks where if you walk in the right direction, you get there in 2 minutes? But if you walk against the wind, half an hour.
Laboriously just dragging your feet. Now, the players might get transportation from the hotel. I don't know how it works in Tata Steel. But I know that some players, they prefer to walk. And in general, I love walking during tournaments. I think it's very necessary to get fresh air. It's kind of a cliche, but it's so true. I think if you measured my tournament performances, the tournaments where I just sat in the hotel and was lazy, those tend to lead to more blunders and less sharp play.
Yeah, in general, I kind of agree with you, and it's what I would advise. But I do remember that my very best tournament, it was actually in Gibraltar, and there was a free day, and this was the one and only time that they tried a free day. And on that free day, the weather was so bad, we did nothing. I just lay in bed all day, and that's very unusual. And then I ended up nearly winning every single game afterwards. So
wow,
well. It might be the exception to the rule. Generally, I'm like you. I like to have that fresh air. I like to have that morning stroll. It's nice to sharpen the senses before you get in and play some great chess.
Yeah, I mean, at the U.S. Championship, I try to hit the treadmill every day. Unfortunately, on day 1, I'll be in the gym morning, 9 a.m. Day 2, more like 10 a.m. Day 3, maybe I'll make it right before the round. And starting day 4, I'm just, ordering food into my hotel room and then going straight to the tournament hall. So it's kind of easy to lose your discipline as the tournament progresses and you get more tired. One player who has not lost his discipline in the least is Wesley So, and he is going to win the game. The result is not in question at all. Vincent might resign here. That's not out of the question. He's going to probably play a couple more moves. But
I think
Wesley,
he will.
Yeah, King E6. I mean, he's going to try, and we're going to explain in a second why this is so hopeless. The bottom line is that Wesley just advances his pawns and wins. But Wesley just keeps pushing and pushing and pushing. And for some of the younger players, that incredible resilience, that grit can be very tough to handle.
It certainly can. And there we see Wesley advancing his G-pawn. He is getting ready to advance the H-pawn and create an outside pass pawn. And it's not just that. He can do that at leisure. He can even advance the F-pawn and push that one up the board. I mean, he can maximize this position to its full potential. The only thing that I would say is if the knight steps to D5 and attacks the bishop, I do feel that the bishop should remain on this long diagonal, just primarily to keep an eye on any kind of pawn moves such as F6. Just prevent that from happening.
Exactly. Let's play through a couple of scenarios as for how the game could end. I think Keimer is going to play knight d5. I think it's very, very likely Wesley's going to drop his bishop back. Now, I want to give 2 illustrative lines. First of all, if Black tries to set up some sort of a blockade, this never works because after en passant knight f6, White automatically takes, goes king d5, and the 3-on-1 decides the game. So that's out of the question, as of course is f6 for the same reason. Keimer will probably play c4, and to this, Wesley will automatically respond to f4. Black can initiate the last line of defense. The Maginot line can be set up with knight e7. Unfortunately, knights are terrible defenders, and the win is as simple as h5, breakthrough, then intermezzo, and after gh. I think around a position like this is where Vincent is likely to resign. The king ambles up to g5, and the pawn promotes to a queen. Okay, knight a4 by Vincent, basically the same thing. As he gets up from his chair, he doesn't want to look at the position.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm disgusted by this.
This is often what happens when you know the situation is hopeless. You're just like, okay, just make a move and maybe something will happen. Maybe something won't. It does not matter. And I thought your f5 move was especially important because the last thing you want to allow a king and knight to orchestrate is a blockade. As long as your pawns just control and dominate the black knight, everything is fine.
Mm-hmm. No, that's a great point. And that's actually why you want your bishop on a1. You want to dominate the key squares along that long diagonal and reinforce your e5 pawn. But mainly you want to take the sting out of the move f5. Wesley casually comes back and writes down the move. And what I like is that the players don't take unnecessary time. Wesley has been playing quickly, and that's because he's already calculated everything. He doesn't have to recalculate on every move. He knows what the winning approach is. And I think he's going to play bishop a1 pretty quickly here.
I think so too. And I actually think that now the knight has moved to the edge of the board, I don't even think it's very important that he has to hold the long diagonal. I think he can put his bishop more or less on any square as long as it's not e2. And it's going to be winning. So you can't go wrong.
No, literally everything was. I think Vincent's actual idea is to meet bishop a1 with c4, the sort of last-ditch attempt to muddy the waters and try to drag White's king back so that you can use your own king to go after some of White's kingside pawns. So if we could bring up that board again, I think we can predict how the game is going to finish. Bishop a1, c4.
Okay. And then I'm predicting
f4.
F4.
F4, I'll go c3.
And then I can give a check with f5.
I will trade and drop back.
And then the king will step back to d3 to catch the pawn.
Simple and winning. I was going to propose an alternative. I think in this position before f4, there's also the move bishop to d4. completely dominating the knight. Vincent might play c3, and now you drop back, and after king d5, I think you win with a very timely h5.
Yeah,
Trade.
nice. Whoop, just take it. There's no way that h-pawn can be caught.
Not even close. The knight could not be on a worse possible. This is literally the worst spot on the entire chessboard, and the knight has found a way to occupy it. This is likely, I think your f4, f5 approach is simpler and just as winning. So,
but
Wesley,
but can we just
really
put up that
taking his time.
pattern where the bishop is on d4 and the knight is on a4? Because I just want all our viewers at home to kind of just get that pattern in their minds, because this is so important. Just look at it. The knight on a4, completely dominated, does not have one single square. And it's one of those things that if you don't know it, you might not catch those fleeting moments when you're given the opportunity to catch the knight.
And another cool detail to piggyback off of that is, let's say, for example, that black does not bother with king d5. Black goes back to e7. You don't even need to take c3. You can run the king around. And what's fascinating is that although the knight has an escape square, look at the extent of the domination. If the knight goes back to a4, king b3 traps it. Knight d1 is a symmetrical reflection about, I don't know, the x-axis, the y-axis. Been a while since I did calculus. But the knight is just as trapped on d1 as it would be on a4. And this is the power of the bishop. This is why bishops are better than knights. If you take every knight versus bishop situation, I think the consensus, the jury is still out, but I'm siding with Team Bishop. Personally.
Yeah. I mean, I'm hesitant to come to a conclusion, but I'm also favoring the bishop. And I just love that line you just showed. You know, just when black thinks they've got the knight out, you're like, no, get back in there. And bishop a1 on the board. Beautiful. Yeah, Wesley knows exactly what to do. And yeah, are we expecting a resignation now from Vincent, or do you think he will just try c4?
I think he will play c4
for fun.
Yeah, I think he will play c4, and I think after bishop d4, he might play c3, and then I think king d3 will. I actually think if I had to make, I'm going to go on a limb. I think the final position is going to be Wesley giving up that bishop on d4 and promoting the h pawn. So I'm not sure why Vincent seems as calm as he is. I mean, the game is over, and he's just sipping his water. He was walking over to see the challengers games, by the way. That's what he was doing.
Mm-hmm. Well, his fate is out of his hands. You know, Wesley knows that he's winning. There's nothing he can do. So why waste any energy being angry? I mean, you've got many more rounds to play. Just focus on that. Well, that's my philosophy, anyhow.
It's a wholesome attitude, but I would be, huffing and puffing and showing everything on my face. I remember, through the years, I've gotten a lot better at hiding my emotions. But I just remember a game in 2015. I was playing Alex Shabalov, former U.S. champion, in the U.S. championship. I played a brilliant game. And then I did the thing where, you make the second move of the variation. Mm-hmm. It was plus 11. One move and I win. And I made a move that I was thinking about from a different position. Immediately realized that it gives up all of my advantage. In fact, after that, I'm basically worse. And I was just inconsolable. I was like, I can't even describe what I was doing. I was putting my head in my hands and I was like making sounds and I almost slammed the table. Like sometimes the emotion you're just so mad that it comes pouring out of you, even in a classical game.
Yeah, no, I've been there myself. I know how that feels. I think I almost burst into tears at one point, because I got so nervous. It was a crunch game, final round, and if I won, I was going to get a medal in the European Women's Championship. A draw would have been fantastic because it just meant easy qualification to the World Championship. And I don't know what happened, but I just had like some kind of mini meltdown and I ended up playing terrible chess. Like I literally played a dodgy lines that I know really, really well. And I ended up blundering everything. And at the end of it, I was just like you, I just could not stop the tears. And I was like, why did I do this? I mean, the emotion gets too much. But in recent years, I've become better at controlling that, and probably the extent of my anger will be like giving a very limp handshake, then kind of stomping off.
Yeah, no,
But that's
totally,
about it.
totally relate to that. Our lovely producer, Bick, big shout out, by the way. This has been a great production. Don't want to jinx it. He brings up an interesting point in our chat here, which is he asks, have you ever lost the game and the opponent starts analyzing and you just don't feel like it and wants to sign the score sheet and walk away? And the interesting thing is that previously when my opponent would ask me to look over the game, I would always say yes. And then there was a point at which I played a game. I offered my opponent to analyze, and he said, no, I'd rather rest. I was like, wait a second, you can actually say no. You are allowed to go rest after a game. And now I'm very comfortable declining. Like, if there's enough time between the first and the second round, because in the US there are 2 rounds a day, I will analyze the game. But if not, I won't be shy about just saying, I thought it was a good game, but I'd rather just get some rest. So
yeah,
problem solved. Especially if I lost. Like, you're under no obligation you don't have to force yourself to analyze. Like, it's okay to go back and take time for yourself after a painful game.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I definitely, as a rule of thumb, if I'm playing 2 rounds a day, I am not analyzing at all, even if I've had an early finish, actually, because I'd actually rather use that time and just go back to the room, rest, close my eyes, get ready for the next game. And I do say that. Also, I have refused to analyze just because I lost. Confession time.
Which is a valid reason. I mean, you're upset. You know, you're allowed to rest and to recover on your own. And sometimes the last thing you want is your opponent rubbing in how much more they saw. You know.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes it's just an exercise in misery just to go over your game. You know, you just think, okay, I'm not ready for it just now. And then afterwards, you know, you kind of do talk to them about the game. And here comes C4 on the board.
Okay, my prediction aging pretty well, if I may say so myself.
Bishop D4. Are we going to see King D4? Are we going to see F4? They all win.
We're going to see Bishop D4. I've played Wesley, I think 6 or 7 times in classical chess. I think of all the super GMs, I've played him the most. I think I have the best understanding of what makes him tick. Wesley loves piece domination. He loves moves like Bishop D4 that just bring the hammer down on his opponent. But watch me say all of this, and then he goes for your recommendation F4.
No,
Bishop D4 on the
Bishop
board.
D4 on the board. You won the bet.
Let's go,
Dania. And C3, King D3. Come on, you got to catch that pawn.
King D3.
Keep it under look and key.
Next step.
Very good. Very good.
Very methodical by Wesley. Doesn't rush. Just takes his time. I can guarantee you he's recalculating the line with King D3, King D5, and H5, making sure, because the knight, it can be a very tricky piece. Sometimes the knight can stop a passed pawn with a check to the king, but with the knight on A4 and the king on C2, you can't even get a check in 2 moves. And there he goes, King C2, King D3.
Yeah. In fact, talking about that configuration, when a king is diagonally placed across the next to the knight, as in 1 square away, knight cannot give a check. It's very, very difficult. And here it comes. King goes to D5. Pawn is going to push to H5.
Now, you can take on C3 here, but that would be highly inadvisable because that pawn endgame is probably a draw. So Wesley, one final pass through. But
Not
H5,
necessary. Insignificant. Just go for gold, Wesley.
Do it. Come
H5.
on.
He knows.
He does. And there's no other move, actually, because otherwise Black will actually go C2. So at this point, you're, as you said yesterday, in for a penny, in for a pound. You've got to do it.
Absolutely.
Gotta
And
do it,
yeah, he's just taking a moment just to recheck his thoughts. I mean, there is a fail safe, you know. You can make a move like F4 because C2 will be met by Bishop E3, but you don't want to do that. You know, H5.
No. I'll tell you what he's probably double checking. I think he's not even double checking C2. It's more he's making sure that after H5 trade and King E6, he can actually trap the knight, because this King C2, King B3 pattern is pretty darn unique, but C2 by Vincent. And we got it. This is exactly how the game is going to end.
Yeah. King takes
All
pawn.
right. and h6. And that's going to be that.
It is.
All right, Wesley. Let's
Last
see
ditch attempt by
He's
Vincent.
done it.
And yeah, he snaps off that pawn. And king takes bishop. Are we going to see the game continue? Are we going to see a resignation? And it's ready.
Yes, we
it's
are.
over. Vincent resigns. Wesley takes his first point in Tata Steel Masters.
Wow. I mean, just wow. Wesley is relentless. The guy never quits. The guy had a very lackluster start, but this was a vintage Wesley game. Pressure all game long. From the very first moves, there was a point at which we thought Vincent held, but Vincent losing in a very similar manner to his game against Aronian yesterday. Just when we think he's stabilized the situation, he makes a huge mistake, missing, I don't even know what, giving away the a4 pawn for no reason. And the German youngster Jovi this is just a sign of some really, really difficult form. He's going to have to step it up in a big way if he wants to avoid one of those disaster tournaments.
Yeah. It's just it doesn't seem like he's making too many mistakes, but when the mistake does happen, it seems to be colossal. I mean, we saw that yesterday in his game against Levon Aronian, and we saw a big blunder in the end game, and now we saw the same. You know, they were game changers. And there we see today's results, and we see Vincent shaking his head. Yeah, he needs to stabilize. He needs to steady the ship. So tomorrow, I think he will have the white pieces, and we'll see something solid, and he just has to hold his nerve.
That's exactly what he has to do. And we have two decisive games. Wesley wins, as we just saw. And Fabiano Caruana, just a lovely game against Gukesh. That was pretty one-sided, and Gukesh and Keimer, they are the two players, alongside Magnus Carlsen, are really having the roughest go of it for Jordan Van Forest. A bright spot today as he remains on -2, but holds the world champion in a very clinical game with the white pieces. Let's take a look at the standings, which really haven't changed all that much. The only big difference, Yovi, as Magnus remains in the bottom half of the tournament cross table, Fabiano Caruana has burst onto the scene and now is tied with Anish Giri for second place, half a point behind Nodirbek, who cements and maintains his half-point lead over this incredible field of players.
Yeah, no one can rest. After all, everyone is playing a difficult game. And let's have a look at tomorrow's round 7 matchups. And
Absolutely.
there we go. We see it. Gukesh faces off against Wesley So. And I thought Gukesh, he's been having a tough time of it lately. And he meets someone who will be riding high after today's victory, Wesley So. And another notable battle is between Magnus Carlsen against Richard Rapport. I love seeing these two duel.
Oh, me too. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah. Magnus with the white pieces, and I just can't wait to see what kind of unconventional opening Richard Rapport will choose. And talking about unconventional openings, we have Prague against Jordan Van Forest as well. I mean, again, we saw Jordan, he stabilized. He had a draw after a painful loss in game 5. But now he faces someone who's just in the ascendant, Prague. That would be a close battle. And of course, the tournament leader, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he has the black pieces against Arjun Erigaisi.
Indeed, he does. That's a great summary. And just looking at these mouth-watering matchups, it's like every day promises to be so exciting. Aronian Giri is going to be a great game. For Magnus Carlsen, as the tournament will reach its halfway point tomorrow, there is still time to make a comeback, but it really has to start with the white pieces. He was held to a draw today. Not the end of the world, but tomorrow against a Richard Rapport, who has been very up and down, the world champion will have to strike to get back to 50%. And for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, a very, very difficult challenge. An on-form Arjun Erigaisi, who now has the white pieces, who hasn't lost a game, and who has displayed phenomenal defensive prowess throughout the tournament. But can Arjun Erigaisi have a game where he goes on the offensive? Can he stop the Uzbek talent's furious run to the top of the tournament cross table? This, folks, is coming your way on Friday. Wait, today is Friday.
Today's Friday.
Saturday. Yeah, I actually thought today was Thursday. Today is Friday, so it will be Saturday. Tomorrow, Saturday, the matchups that we just saw, the round. as per usual, will be coming your way bright and early in the U.S., 5 a.m. Pacific time, 8 a.m. New York time, and 2 p.m., more civilized hour, Central European time. We will be bringing you the commentary tomorrow as well. Yovi, back to you for your final thoughts on what was yet another super exciting day of action.
Yeah, what can I say? Every single game had it all. There was so much fight and absolutely everything. I mean, we've been spoiled. I mean, yes, it was a peaceful round in terms of results, but boy, did the players put absolutely everything into it. And I've loved every second of it so far. And Dania, it's been an absolute pleasure commentating with you. You just made the hours whiz past. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Yovi. I can really say the same about you. This has been a great pleasure these past 2 days. I'm excited for the weekend. Tomorrow is going to bring more action and more intrigue and more fascinating openings and interesting battles. But for now, we'd like to thank everybody. And again, we had tens of thousands of you across the platforms cheering on your favorite player, and our producer, Bick, for another lovely broadcast. This was flawless. This was great. So happy Friday, everybody. We will see you tomorrow, bright and early. And for now, this was Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and International Master Jovanka Huska from Tata Steel Chess. We will see you tomorrow for round 7. So long.